The music suddenly stopped and I realised, oh, hang on, that's a bit loud. Let me turn that down a bit. That's better. Hopefully that's not too loud. Yeah, the music suddenly stopped and I just thought, hang on. Oh wait, that's me. That's me. I'm supposed to be doing the thing now. Welcome to the stream. Today we are raising money for one special day, which is special effect event. Great cause. It's one I really like. One special day. Sorry. Special Effects' main goal is to enable access to gaming for people with disabilities and just anything that stops them gaming, really, whether it's small or life, significant life-changing things that happen. So dig deep. Any amount of donation, big or small. Big thank you to GWR Phil, Anonymous, and Nigel for donations to get us started today. Much appreciated. Yeah, we'll be. I've got a big load of stuff that we're going to be looking at. There is a link to this spreadsheet that can be passed around, but basically we're looking at Dresden-Chemnitz, then the Riviera Line, Trenton, Bremen-Oldenburg, London Commuter, Morristown, Frankfurt S-Bahn, West Coast Main Line South, Cajon Pass, Leipzig-Dresden, Tees Valley Line, and Boston Sprinter. Doing a wide range of different things, different durations, all sorts of things. The long streams like this give me the opportunity to just play some longer things as well, so try and get some variety in there across all the different countries. Sunday we've got Salzburg, Rosenheim, Bakerloo line, personal favourite, Morristown, Semmering-Bahn, so a little bit of Austrian flavour on the Sunday, Riviera Line, Boston Worcester, Dresden Leipzig, West Coast Main Line Preston, got to get that 86 out, San Bernardino, Main-Bahn, and then a couple of shortish runs on the Cathcart Circle. Basically focusing on the branches, so it's Newton to Glasgow and then Glasgow to Neilston, so a bit different. We normally do the round the loop run, so I thought I'd do something a bit different. So that's the schedule. If you ask nicely, I'm sure a moderator can share it. I have put there is a shareable link on that, so I'm just organising, having rearranged font sizes, making sure it fits so that I can see it on the other screen. Yes, Liam, Dovetail will match donations up to £250 as well, so that'll be an extra £250. I know we're going to smash past the £250, so that'll be good. Good morning, Train Sim Society, Londo, Wesley, Liam, Jason, big thank you, big shout out to the moderators actually, who are always amazing and can answer all your questions and make sure that we keep things going by sharing links. There you go, ECM literally just shared the link to the schedule. I try and keep the link to the stream to the Just Giving page on the bottom there, but if you want one you can click on, just ping one of the moderators for a clickable link and they'll pop it in the chat for you. I think that's basically it for admin-y stuff. I don't like admin. I'd like to get on and play the game, but in fact, before we do start, let's just remind ourselves why we're here and just watch one of Special Effects videos. Back in a minute.
Games are a big part of my life. With my disability, it was one of the only things I could do for enjoyment. So gaming has really opened up that door for me, and it helps connect you to other people in this world.
I can't do a lot by myself, but I can play video games on my own, which gives me a good sense of independence and achievement.
It's just a release from the monotony of the day. If you're not feeling well or you're uncomfortable, it takes your mind off it and gives me something to look forward to.
As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. It creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone.
Special Effect are bringing families and friends closer together through video games. The setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And this opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create many more magical gaming moments.
Put the microphone back on. Amazing, isn't it? So that's why we're all here today. We're going to support that charity. Special Effect can't do anything without donations. They don't get government funding or anything like that. It's all funded by you. So we just had another donation come in. It's not updated yet. Hang on, let's wait for it to come in. Thank you very much for that. You know who you are. Great cause. Really appreciate what has been a fantastic way to get things started. So we're up to 210 before we've even started before I've even missed the first station. It's incredible. Thank you very much. Right, okay, let's get going and drive some trains. let's do this, put a little bit, tiny bit of fog on there, and then let's get going. So if you haven't heard of Special Effect before, go and look them up. They're easily Googleable, and there's lots and lots of different ways that you can support them. Paul S, thank you very much, Paul. Right, okay, RE3, okay, right, now I've got to remember how to drive this thing, it's been a while. We probably want headlights on first, let's do that, and that's doors, yeah, where's the reverse, oh you've got to put the reverser in, put it in forwards, good, right, now before we do anything else, let's just wander down to the cabinet. And then somewhere in here we have a bunch of switches that are not on. So we have CIFA, PZB, GNT. Now I thought there was another one down here, but I'm prepared to be proved wrong. No, doesn't look like it. Good. Shut the door. Now, headlights and train lights and things, nothing there. We need to put power on. GST on. Will that trigger the wobbles? There we go, we're doing our tilt test. I love that. Control enter should turn control the tilt on. It takes a bit for them to go, I've noticed, Train Sim Society. I'm sure it'll get there. And my app is only actually polling just trains every few seconds. So, and even then sometimes it takes, what happens is sometimes my app queries two parts of the Just Gaming API, and sometimes one bit updates, so you get like the total updates but not who's actually done it for 2 or 3 more polls. Josh Cumbers, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated. And keep up the shouts on the if you see donations coming in that I have not noticed and shout it out, then please let me know, and shout endlessly until the chat until I say something. Right, okay, we've got G&T on. Desk light we don't need. Sander off. Engines are all running anyway. Brake key needs to be in and on. Good. Now we can open doors. Oh, do I need to press a button to actually unlock them as well? Okay. Oh dear. So GNT is another system in German trains. It means that you can drive faster than the speed limit under cab signal control, essentially. Because the train is tilting, it's allowed to go a bit faster. I'm a fan. What have I done wrong here? There we go. Hadn't put the door switch into close, so it locked me out. I think the 612 was the first tilting train, wasn't it, Derek? Oh, it is a little painful going back to a train without suspension. Phew. the hydrodynamic braking going. Phil, thank you very much for that donation. Matt's charity stream or a new loco, no question really. Keep up the good work, Matt, and hope it's a wonderful week. End of stream or weekend of streaming. Thank you very much indeed, Phil. Dazza, great cause. Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much indeed, Dazza, as well. Wow, we're off to an amazing start. Thank you so much, folks. Very good. Thank you. Is this somewhere up here that there's the wonky bit of track that's got the little plate on it? I'm sure it's up in this general area. Don't know. Somewhere around here. Somewhere around there there's a wonky bit of track, but it's actually wonky in reality, oddly enough. What was last year's total overall? I can't remember, Jason. David A, thank you very much. Really enjoy the charity streams. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much indeed, David. Putting us up to £400 within 23 minutes. That's amazing, folks. Thank you. Three and a pair of Dostos coming in the other direction. Let's put a little bit more power on. Trenton Mod 6 t-shirt is upstairs. It's just not as comfortable. It's not quite the right size, Wesley. So doing streams like this, I kind of want to wear comfortable clothes. Basically, there's something wherever we order the TSW6 t-shirts from, they have a different interpretation of the different sizes compared to everybody else. So the size for me is it feels like it's about 2 sizes too small. So I try not to wear it, to be honest. It's not comfortable. Armadale, I've not driven this route in a long time, and one of the things I like doing with these streams is driving routes I've not driven for a while. So it feels like a good opportunity to surface some older content that I've not looked at in a while. I've always magpie focused on the latest and greatest, but we forget there's some gems in the back catalogue. So GNT is active. We're on 80 kilometers an hour restriction at the moment, coming up on 90 in 300 meters. Darker in the valleys than it was when we started. It's alright. As the journey goes on, the sun will come up. GNT is getting us up to 110 shortly. We're not stopping for 4.6 at Freital Deuben. Duben, is it? I don't know. Armadale, you like Trenton? Yeah, it is good. Again, there's a nice bit of variety on there. GNT is specifically in cab signalling because it's overriding what's in the world, essentially. You know, literally where you see like a speed restriction that says 9, and GNT in the cab will be telling you 10 or 11. So it's specifically overriding what's in the what there is in the world, and saying, well, around this corner you can go a bit faster because you've got your tilt system. So the train is more stable, it's more comfortable for passengers. But you will notice as we go past speed restrictions that in some cases the one that's on the hard and that the game is matching me to isn't the same as the one in the gold. Amazed Haze, I originally told Alex I was going to do a 12 start, and then I've been here since about 10 AM, so I thought, you know what, let's just get going. Tell you what, this train would definitely benefit from hardware controls. I mean, most trains benefit from hardware controls compared to using the keyboard, but still. Right, coming into Freitaldoven. Last year was 4425. There you go. It's always really amazing, you know, how everyone gets together and helps the cause the way they do. Very much appreciated. And SpecialEffect always send me a message, you know, passing on their thanks as well. Oh, we've had another massive donation come in. Wow. Let's get the doors open while this one comes in. Come on. Come on, Just Giving. Update. Give us the data. Train Sim Society. Such a wonderful thing you do. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Train Sim Society. Very much appreciate that. I took the currency amount off of the, you know, see where the list of people is and the amount there, because it seems like the API from Just Giving doesn't actually tell me what currency the amount is. It just gives me the amount, right? Whereas I know the total is in pounds. I don't know what the I can't tell what the currency is of the individual donations, which is a bit silly. But thank you, Train Sim Society. Tarant is next. So one of the key landmarks on this route is the Tarant ramp, which is a very steep gradient. I don't know if we're there yet. Yeah, Tarant is the beginning of the steep gradient, and it's quite a famous thing. And in reality, they run steam engines. They have steam engine galas. If you look up the videos for this line, for the steam engine galas, they are amazing, absolutely amazing. Right, 200 meters to a 110. I wonder what the actual speed limit is. There you go, 10. Look, this the actual speed limit is 10, but you'll notice that we're being given up to 110. That's the power of GNG. .6 for Tarant. Little narrow gauge down there. And that then wanders off. It goes under the line, and then you'll see it appear on the left-hand side. The narrow gauge bit is just over here on the left. Follows this line for a while before it eventually peels off to the left and goes up along the river. Got 60 at the next signal. Presumably that's not a main signal now, that's still got a ZS3B. Oh, Urban Fox, always glad to give to such a worthy cause. Hope you have a fantastic and spad-free weekend. I make no guarantees. If you do spad, your punishment should be to append Sunnyside. Yeah, 5 bar spray, yeah, indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Urban Fox. Much appreciated. Londo, yeah, we'll be on the ramp any minute now, actually. It's the Tarrant, if I remember rightly, is the beginning of the ramp. I wonder if this 60 is because we're changing lanes. Changing lines. Changing lanes. What am I, in a racing car? Did I miss any other donations? Yes, I did. Stanley 3960. Thank you very much indeed. I think I'm up to date now. Come on, speed up. I know it's going uphill. Yeah, here we go. This is why. Swinging over. I don't know if I could get a stipend from the German Tourist Board, Stoney, because of, you know, if they hear Lucas on a stream berating one part of Germany after another, it'd probably work against. How did I get into trains? Say the age-old story, my dad. That's a bit early, but... You're liking the Riviera line, Sam's Autistic Travel Adventures. Yeah, it has proven very popular. I like it as well. Lorenzo, can have a look at that potentially. I mean, we specifically did this way so that you don't have to, because if you're someone with motor control problems, doing multiple things at once, holding things down can be difficult. So the click was designed to simplify that. Press the right button. We'll be laughing. Marvin, this is Dresden-Chemnitz. Not to be confused with the place apparently on the Friedrichstadt line called Dresden-Chemnitz, spelled with a K. Tarandarampa, which we're about to be on. Hey Paul, how are you doing, sir? How would you rank all the big, steep, long hills in TSW? I'm not sure what I mean. You mean in terms of steepness? I guess it depends. I mean, a hill is only a hill if your train isn't like in ridiculous power. Because if you've got an 802, then the banks on Riviera Line don't really amount to that much. But if you've got a steam engine, they amount to a massive problem. Let's have a look at the what this is saying. Here we go. We're on our way up the ramp now. 8 kilometers to the top. That's it. Just about balance the speed out now. Fun to drive, tricky to conquer. The Licky on Birmingham is quite interesting. And steam engines over Riviera Line. You know, once you get to Newton and you're heading west, or Plymouth heading east, I found that immensely fun with the Scotsman. Tackling those banks, managing the, you know, getting very careful management of the locomotive was actually really, really fun. Otherwise than that, you know, coming down a hill has got to be an American train. They're always good fun. Drop down for the 60. GNT drop. That's why GGNT is bleating. There's the 6. Put enough power back on to catch the speed again. Come on. It's better. Yeah, coming down track 3 with a heavy train, Derek, is kind of the highlight of going on past for me. Slow round all the corners. The next roadmap, I believe, is Thursday. Two 2.5% as we wind our way up. I imagine this is pretty punishing in a steam train. Yeah, the weather sim system could use some improvements for sure, Angel. Lockby, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated. Good morning, Tintin. Elm Tree, yeah, we're starting to work on what the winter survey will cover, so there will, I think, at some point be the survey. Paul, Train Simulator driver, go for the long haul, mate. I hope you're still going when I wake up. I'm sure it will be. I'll be here till gone midnight UK time. Thank you very much for that donation, Paul. Pencil, how come the 802 and the Worth Dish can't go on Reading to London mainline time bills? It has to be authored to add them in. And the 802 in particular is kind of out of era for that route. So I know on the GWE remaster, the 802 is there for one trial service that Liam put in, so you can drive it in a timetable service. What's being announced on the 15th? You got me there, Joshua, actually. I can't remember what's on the 15th. But no, even if I could remember what it was, I can't drop hints. How do you mean is TSW4 content compatible? Alias Centorno, alias Liam Taurus Spectrum. Oh, is that the IGN thing, Mod ECM2? Ah, in which case, you'll like that. Well, I hope you'll like it, you know. Don't even joke, Train Sim Society. You'll set everyone off. I'm not down to play LGV this weekend, no, Omar. I think last charity stream I did that one, and I'm playing some Austrian content as sort of the strange stuff. Strange, that's the wrong way of putting it, but the non-UK, US, German stuff I'm doing Austria this weekend. Tux Cat, thank you very much indeed for that donation. Such a fantastic cause. Have a fantastic stream, Matt. Best wishes to all involved. Thank you very much. No, I don't want cab lights on. Can't see how to turn them off now. Let's get in the station, shall we? Somewheres around here we have a cab light button. Train lights, probably should have them on. Let's stop while we're here. Are you able to download TSW4 deals? So when you buy TSW6, or even if you just get TSW6 Starter Edition, all of your TSW4 content that you own will just come across automatically. If it doesn't come across automatically, then contact our support people. Don't buy anything a second time. Freiburg sucks. Yeah, I've been late at every stop, and it's just getting worse. Angel, there's only so far you can go with adding all of the unique assets in. It ends up getting to the point that it doesn't fit in people's memory. Right, we've got 140 now we can go to, so let's we're up the ramp now. Voyager break bug. Do you mean the one where you spawn free roam and you have to open and shut the cab doors? That's just bonkers. It's with the team, and I've asked for it to be fixed priority, so I will check in on Monday and make sure it's been done already, because it's probably something really stupid and simple. Emergency brake bug is already fixed, Wesley. Maybe I'll put my Train Sim Mode 4 or 3 shirt on tomorrow, just to mix things up a bit. You don't need to keep Train Sim Mode 5 on your console, no. The fact that you own content is known by the server, so you don't need it. And your profile is saved elsewhere as well, so if you uninstall TSW5, you should be able to reinstall TSW6. I mean, I'd recommend install 6 first, make sure it works, then uninstall 5, but if you haven't got disk space to do that, which I quite understand, then we can remove 5 safely. I don't think I still have any UK Train Sim t-shirts, Londo. I do have TS Classic ones though. Let's get down to 100. Yeah, I know. There was a brief moment of fun there where we got to 140. So just a reminder folks that Train Sim World 6 free starter pack is only free for 6 weeks from when it launched, so I think we're already a week down on that. So if you haven't picked up the free starter pack yet, go get it. You lose nothing by just picking it up, making sure you've got it. It won't go away after 6 weeks once you've got it, but if you don't get it, then the only way you can get to TSW6 is to pay for it. Obviously it'd be great if you paid for it, but the offer is there, so make sure you stake your claim for TSW6 free starter pack, get all your content moved onto TSW6, and that way you can then, you know, pick any content up that you want for 6 later on. Yeah, I'm not sure why that is, David Drives, why it's been more difficult this time around. Gabriel Escobosa, no, there hasn't been any substantial changes to memory. The only big change was on Series S. We took a Microsoft driver update, or what they call it, a GDK, Game Developer Kit upgrade, and that improved memory consumption quite considerably on the Xbox Series S. But every other platform is basically the same. Thank you, RFS Pro. I need to check where the TFW 150 audio and physics update is, to be honest. It's kind of, I would have thought it had been out by now, but it seems not. Paul, I'm not sure I follow what you're asking. Brett England, have all trains got onboard announcements? All the new trains have got onboard announcements. So all the ones that came in TSW6 and any that are released after that will. The ones that released prior to that don't. Riviera does run really well, doesn't it, Elmtree? I know that the teams, including Rivet, have been looking at some, different, more optimal ways of doing things, and it does seem to have paid off. It's also the nature of the route, to be fair. It hasn't got millions of trains running all the same time. The track network is relatively straightforward compared to other routes. That makes a big difference. So it could be that. But I do know the team spent a lot of time on performance. Bridge. No, the platform announcements don't currently have anything about late running trains. They also don't tell you if you're on the final station, like this train terminates here, that kind of thing. Antiviral Cat, you can download TSW6 free starter edition for free from Steam, whether you have any version of Train Sim World previously or not, to be honest. That's what I say. I recommend that if you think you might ever want TSW6 in the future, get the free edition now. Even if it doesn't really offer you anything that you particularly want right now, pick it up now. It doesn't do anything. You don't even have to install it if you don't want to. Is it getting to the point where the time and effort on DTG's part with the whole new release each year is costing whatever extra is made from it being a new release on stores? I don't know. You see, it's not a small benefit from a new game is covered massively more by everybody than a patch update to an old game. They barely get any coverage at all. So it's patch updates to old games are great for the existing community, but they don't really introduce you to any new players, which is a problem. The franchise does need to grow. We want it to grow, and we need to find ways of making that happen. But it is starting to get untenable. It is starting to become a problem. Well, I say starting to be a problem. It's been a problem since a long time ago, but which is why we spent quite a lot of time looking to try and find an alternative for 6, and we couldn't make anything work. Not anything that wouldn't then impose other restrictions which we weren't happy with. One of the things we were looking at was could we make it to where TSW6 would simply access TSW5's DLC in situ? And if that had been the case, that would have meant you didn't need to download any new content, but that brings with it lots of problems. all sorts of problems. Like you have to have TSW5 installed to make it work in TSW6, and we can't ever update that bit of DLC because it's now got to make sure it always works with both 5 and 6. So you couldn't, for example, go and add announcements to it because it would crash on 5. It's kind of like the gains weren't worth it at that point. BBK, another year, another great effort from Matt. His mods and DTG for supporting this fantastic charity. Thank you so much, BBK. Very much appreciated. We're still only 3 minutes behind. I think in German schedule this is pretty much on time still. We don't have any plans for an Australian Matt Bro Live TV. We're investigating options for licensing, have been for a long time. It's a slow process. We have more SNCF licensing for SpecialEffect. We don't have any plans for another French route at the moment, but we do now have more of the licensing that's needed. What I don't know is if we have enough yet, but it is coming together. Elmtree, do you recommend DX12 or DX11 for the best experience on a capable PC? Your mileage will vary. I would suggest trying it. DX12 is not officially supported. Some functions in the game don't work properly under DX12, so we're told. But the majority of the game works fine, and in some cases can be much better under DX12. In other cases it can be much worse under DX12. We did flirt with TSW5 switching the default to DX11 to DX12, and we had too many reports then from testers of the stuttering of game on average getting significantly worse on DX12. Across different spec machines, so we reverted back to DX11 because on average the experience was going to be better, but you still have the option to switch to DX12. So I would definitely say it's your mileage might vary, and try it out. I've got some TS controllers hardware coming, Will Lawton. I'm looking forward to that. I think on Friday I was speaking to them the other day. They sent me a picture of it all, of my hardware finished, so super excited for the Class 66 controller. That looks amazing. But the controller API is fun, Will. One of the things I'm going to do, and I know BBK will definitely be an avid watcher, is I'm going to start doing some mildly technical videos, maybe streams, where I start showing you how to use the API. You know, just starting with some simple stuff, and then what I want to get into is actually how do you make your own hardware, because it's a lot easier than you'd think, and I kind of just want to give you the tools to sort of show what you need to be able to make your own hardware. It's surprisingly easy and surprisingly cheap. I mean, I've been using a microcontroller that costs about £3, and buttons cost pence, lights cost pence, and then if you use something like a prototyping board, or what they call a breadboard, you don't even need to worry about soldering or anything complicated like that. You can, you know, make stuff work and have fun with it. So it's quite fun actually, and it's quite rewarding, and it's amazing what you can make work with relative ease. And it's one of those things that you can try quite easily and see how you get on with. Where are we going anyway? Odoran. I've just ordered a few more bits and components and things to start prepping for those streams. Because I kind of want to show you what you can do with a Raspberry Pi down to a little, like I say, few pound RP2040 controller. I'm going to watch one out of the Witchfinders. Hey there, Rob. How are you doing? Alderaan, yeah, that's a bit of a trip, yeah. Is the API fast enough to have little enough delay that PCB lights and buttons would work without me stuffing it? So there's a little wrinkle there. Short answer is yeah, it's fine. I mean, you can query the API 60 times a second, or more if you want to. I mean, it'll be down to your system whether or not it causes a problem. There's no rate limits imposed on the system, but you should be able to hammer it 60 times a second without a problem. There's an efficient mechanism called subscriptions, so you don't have to request A, B, C, D, E. You can just say, show me A, B, C, D, E, and then every now and again you can say, give me data, give me data, give me data, and you package the data up in one lump, which is significantly faster and easier. However, oh, hello, GWR Phil, second donation, thank you, great work. Matt, thank you for another weekend's work, great entertainment and fundraising. Thank you, Phil, much appreciated. We're almost up to 1,000 and we have only just got started. That's amazing, folks. What was I saying? So the wrinkle is that the API is accessing what we call the model of the train, not the view, and PZB lights are managed in the view, not the model. So you have to do a bit of interpretation to make it work. So one of the things I want to experiment with myself is how to do that, and then I can share that. So essentially the model will tell you what state, what mode the PZB system is in, and then it will be up to you to flash the appropriate lights and so forth, essentially. Which in some extent makes it easier, if you see what I mean. But it does mean that you're not, it's not like on TSW, or sorry, TS Classics API, where you could say, get me the state of this light. Because lights don't exist in the model part of the train. Speed up again. Yeah, indeed, Londo. There's lots of potential options you can do for that. One of the things I've been talking with TS controllers about, particularly on the 66 stand, because as well as using it on the 66, I'm really keen to use it on American trains as well. But one of the things I've asked for is the ability to press a button, which I can map to a Steam Deck or something, so that I can switch the regulator into a dynamic brake. Much like they do on some of the really older American locos, but that way you can use the big handle for the dynamic brake as well. Drop into 100. No, it's definitely possible, Londo. Cooking hasn't changed, no. A USB DSD pedal will be the simplest thing in the world, to be honest, Londo. Reading an input of a button and using it for to input into the game, the most trivial thing you could do. What's the green bar you mean? In the top left corner, that'll be my distance. It's kind of like it goes down for 2 kilometers to the station. So if you don't want to have you can turn off the numeric distance and then just go with the bar. We've been thinking about dispatcher mode, Holy Trucker, but the conclusion we've come to is that it'd be by and large a UK only thing. The Americans don't have platform dispatchers, and neither do the Germans, or the Germans do occasionally, but only at very, very limited places. So it would only really apply to the UK, unfortunately. So we've not ruled it out yet, but we're still looking into it. Because I like the idea a lot. Results. So unfortunately the PC I was working on Clinchfield on died, and I'm still waiting for the IT team to be able to get some time to fix it for me, and then I can see whether I can recover any of it. So it's kind of paused at the moment, unfortunately. Adelaide, you like this game? We bought Thomas and Diesel. Oh, awesome. They are fun. You can have some good times with Thomas. Taking Thomas on the world tour. Fleha. Hey there, Mr. Train Guy. Right, gentle downhill now. A little bit of brake. So I haven't ordered the PVC because I don't think you can get those at the moment because of the new one coming out. I will pick up the new one when it comes out. I've got the door box on the AWS flexi brake. To some extent, there's a degree of I just want to experiment with them. They look great, they feel great. I was really impressed with them when I went to Greatest Gathering and met up with TS controllers. But I kind of I want to get them to sort of experiment and see what can be done with them, really. proper controllers make a world of difference when you're driving. World of difference. Well, when I get them, I'll start putting together some videos showing them and what we can do with them. And right, we're up to 140. Down 2.2% gradient. Electro gaming, not at this time, but certainly there are a laundry list of things I'd like to do for them. One of which, for example, of Formation Designer is giving it the ability to cope with loading and unloading wagons. But that's quite a sizable job, unfortunately. Oh, another donation missed. Thank you very much for that donation, Anonymous. Much appreciated. Wow, we're almost at 900. Just a hair's breadth from 900. Got another drop coming down to 90. Aware of that, Mr. Train Guy. It's on the list to look at. You've got 20 hours already, holy chucker, nice. The cameras all need looking at on every designer, and there's a number of the controls that just don't work properly anymore since that update. So yes, for electro gaming we need to look at that really. I don't know when we'll look at that. Yeah, I was very impressed with PBC V2 when because TS Controllers brought it to their stand at Creators Gathering, so had to play with it on there, and it is really nice. Paul Wilkinson, wow, great calls, keep up the good work, we'll watch both streams to the end. Thank you very much, Paul, much appreciated. Nearly £1,100 now. That's phenomenal. So in France, you do the licensing of architecture is different to a lot of other places. Off and on, yeah, you've got to be very careful. Most places, it's kind of like you're okay unless they request that it's removed, kind of like a DMCA takedown request. But in France, it's kind of you've got to ask permission first everywhere. Holy Trucker, yeah, Rivet made majority of Riviera. They did a very good job. I mean, our teams coached them and helped them in a lot of areas, but no, it's Rivet. Rivet did the lion's share of the work on that one. Same as they did on West Coast Mainline South and Cardiff. Very, very happy with the outcome. Very, very happy with the outcome. I know. I can tell you firsthand from you know, seeing all the interactions. They worked very hard on that route. Will you be using the PVC with other locos in 66? So I need to find out what I can do with all these levers and controls. I've pretty much got one of everything from TS controllers to explore them all, and I've got ideas for how to use them to do different things. Real levers aside, there is something for about having controllers which sort of feel more appropriate to the thing, like the flexi brake is brilliant for like the 150, for example. But what will work with what, I have got no idea. We will find out. It's one of the things I want to find out. What can be done with it? How flexible are these things? I need to pick up the TSCX controller as well for as a point of comparison. (1.2 kilometers Niederwasser). So I'd love to add wheelchair-bound NPCs, Will. The problem is it's one of those challenges that kind of, the more you look at it, the harder it gets, because a wheelchair-bound person being on the platform and rolling up the ramp, that's quite straightforward actually. But how did the wheelchair-bound person get on the platform? Okay, so they need to get there somewhere. All the people normally walk onto the platform, so we need to make sure that there was full wheelchair access for the rest of the platform, and that the animation supported that, which meant they need to be able to use the lifts. Now NPCs even can't use the lifts at the moment, so all of a sudden going from a simple NPC, an animation of a wheelchair rolling up on a train, becomes, well, fundamentally a massive new feature for the game. And you know, that doesn't make it a bad thing, but it's kind of it's a lot more complicated than it might first seem, unfortunately. That's why it hasn't been done so far, at least. Planning your next tutorial series, Rob. Watching you in the background. Nice. Well, there might be some shortcuts that could be taken to get wheelchair-bound people onto platforms, so it's something to look at. Wheelchair users, I apologise. I've gained time back, have I? I'll try to waste it again at some point. What do you mean the right-click functionality implemented on controller, Lorenzo? Makes a change from being bullied by you, BBK. No, it's important that the right terminology is used. I don't want to make anyone feel bad or feel like I don't understand. Lighty uppy pressy buttons, Londo. Oh, on RS line, yeah. RS on RS components, yeah. Yeah, no reason you can't do that. I mean, I get a lot of my components. I just get from the Pi Hut, from their, for they got like a maker store. So Lorenzo, in the classic control system, you can toggle a mouse, but we found that the majority of people didn't want it. So that was when we did immersion system, we removed that behaviour and changed things around. So there is a way you can get the mouse. I wouldn't recommend classic controls anymore. They work to varying degrees on newer trains. Pi Hut is very good, Londo. They're very quick. The prices are good. I've ordered, I've got a Pi 5 to do with my demos. I've got a original Pi A in the other room. I've ordered a Zero W2. I've got a couple of different Picos. I've got these little, have you seen these controllers from a company called Seed, S-E-E-E-D, 3 E's. They do like a Seed RP2040, Seed RP2350. They've got all different ones. And they're like the size of a stamp. Smaller than probably a current stamp. Tiny little things. And they're like £2. Amazing. I've been having a lot of fun with those. Well, we're all grown-ups here. We all know that we're no one intends offence. That's a very different kind of Pi Hut, and one I need to try and locate, Magnesium 2, has to be said. What's this, a drop to 80? Mr. Man, who has the highest ESW level? I could probably try and find... No, actually I couldn't find out. We don't have the data of... all the any data we have is anonymized. But I imagine if you compare yourself against Jason PFC, one of the moderators, that would be a good start, because he's certainly one of the highest I know of. Oh, we're coming into Chemnitz. Oh, Adam Cressy, thank you very much. Keep it up, great cause. Thank you very much, Adam. Popping us over the 1100 just as we come into Chemnitz. Oh, is there someone around and you don't want to share their incriminating evidence, Jason? Understood, wink wink. Jason doesn't play the game barely at all. Definitely doesn't have the highest level that I've ever seen in the game. Acknowledge for the yellow, we're already under the 60, so roll into Chemnitz. Sharky, if you ask one of the moderators nicely, they can share the spreadsheet so you can have a look at the plan. We're on Chemnitz at the moment. Riviera line with a 150 is next, because I do like the Riviera line 150. No, my level is terrible, Mr. Man, because as ECM2 says, I constantly delete my save to rule out corrupt save problems in development process, or to make sure that what the game is going to work fine at fresh starts and all the rest of it. So initially I was very, I was like, oh no, I'm going to lose my progress, but then it just, no, stop worrying about it. It's not what's important. Dave Randall 3704, Paul Wilkinson 1742. Will there be modelled toilets on trains? Maybe when we run out of anything else to model that might be more important. Yes, possibly. But it's not a priority. What you got to remember is that everything you add to the model increases the size. That means it takes up more memory. It increases the texture memory that it will make use of, it's just not important enough to use that memory. It really isn't. I know some developers might not worry too much about console, but I've got Series S on my mind all the time. So, and to make two versions of a model, one without and one with, then starts actually using up more memory in other ways. And being more complex to manage. So no, it's not a priority. Right, okay, we're at £1,100. Let's have a quick video then and we'll remind ourselves what we are raising money for. Now what we got here that we can share. Let's go with Thiago. He's a regular on the streams.
Hi, I'm Thiago and I am studying games development and coding at Banbury College. I have cerebral palsy, which means my brain sends mixed messages to my muscles so they move randomly. I like to play games where you drive a car or ride a bike because I'm not restricted on what I can do in a game, whereas in real life I am. I was 5 years old when we first got an email about SpecialEffect, and I just turned 6 when I had my first visit.
And I remember at that point, I think the Xbox Kinect had come out with the camera so they could track the movement, and he did some really lovely things just by waving his arms around, which was great. And I think we looked at PEGI. And that was great, and he could do that with eye gaze, which was fantastic, and he just got so excited at being able to play those games independently.
I felt and still feel exhilarated about playing games. It has been important for me to have the ongoing support from everyone at SpecialEffect because as I've grown up, they've helped me by adapting how I game. If I hadn't had the chance to game and be involved with SpecialEffect, I wouldn't be in my games development and coding course at college because it opened my eyes to what I can actually do.
He's come in with his own barriers to learning, but not only have we been able to accommodate them, he's overcome them himself. So he's, I think, proved himself that I can do this. So Thiago uses his eye gaze software to use all the exact same software that all the other able-bodied students use. Actually does it better.
I also enjoy completing my assignments. So far I have achieved distinctions in all 4 assignments.
So he's come in and blown everyone out of the water with the work that he's done. Obviously it's not a competition, but he's winning.
I hadn't thought when he was 5 that going into a career in games development and coding would be an option. That had never crossed my mind, but actually it's something that does seem to be happening for him now, and I'm really proud of him doing that.
I think it brings in a whole different perspective on not only the production side of things for making the games, but the end user actually playing them. If people like Thiago would be in the industry, they could give more of an insight into the making and the playing, so developers could actually be more aware of how their products affect people.
So I think he'll bring that, and I think also just being visible as well. I think someone has a disability, being out there and being visible and reminding people that, you know, if they create their games differently, then more people will be able to play them.
The benefits of including people with disabilities within games dev teams is that they can bring insight to how to make games more accessible, and allowing those with disabilities to be able to have an equal opportunity just like those without disabilities. Unite with SpecialEffect One Special Day on Friday the 6th of October and help bring the magic of gaming into the lives of people with physical disabilities right across the world. In the world of gaming, anything is possible.
Incredible, isn't it? And we got a couple of donations actually while we were watching Tiago there. Chester68 says, well done, great work. And Robert Powell says, great start to the weekend. Should be a fantastic event as always. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much indeed, both of you. Much appreciated. But yeah, that video there from Tiago, just sort of reminding what SpecialEffect do. They cover the whole aspect of things, whether it's talking to and helping end users, figuring out what kit they need. They have a lending library so that people can try stuff out, find out what works for them before they have to spend money and try and do that. And when they do want to know what they can what kit they want, they can get good prices on it and help them with that. And then also they help them with, they've done custom software, so they've got another video I'll show you later on where they wrote a whole package that lets someone play Fallout with their eyes, which is just an impressive video, and they wrote the software to do that, which layered then on top of the game. But they also work with games developers such as us to sort of try and help make games that work better, provide extra things that will just work better with everybody in a broader sense. So coming at everything from all the possible angles to get more people able to play games. I just think it's absolutely brilliant. So thank you very much for the support so far. We're at 11:47.25, which is stunning for this time. Absolutely stunning. Thank you very, very much for all the support. Let's just keep going. Let's see where we get up to. I'm streaming for both days. We've got Riviera Line next, and if you ping one of the moderators on chat, they will send you a link for the stream plan for the next 48 hours. I'll be running until about midnight tonight, and then from about 11 till about midnight on Sunday. So time for a break in the middle to get some sleep, and then come back and have another go. Right, so pop that in. Actually, let's leave it off for the time being. Turn that on, and that's on, and that's on. Do you know how long it took me to find that? Literally, I was sitting in here, right, because I was wondering where it was, because you can press Control Enter, right, and it works. And I was thinking, well, where is it then? Because there's nothing up here that does the job. And I happened to be just sort of looking here, and if you notice around where this is, you see that appearing and disappearing, and that was how I found it. So I mean, I could have asked somebody, I guess, but that would have required communication and stuff, and that's just not me. Right, okay, put it into forwards, instrument lights on, headlights on, open the door. I don't know when there'll be an update on blurry textures at the moment, Great Western Photography. How the door controls work on this train. If you go back to one of my recent streams I did the 150, and we did a bit of a conductor mode on it. But basically, shut up. In here, you open this. You also have to click and turn that to on, open this, you can then open the local door here, open the main doors, close the doors and signal the buzzer to go. And then on these controls here, not there, here, you open this, put your guard key in here, and then you've got close, open, release and so forth in here. So you've got sort of two slightly different ways of doing it, but if you're on these controls, remember to turn that on. Oh, passenger door has become stuck. It's fault time.
The next station is Torquay. This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth.
French thing, Paul. Typical. How do random faults affect licensing? Depends what we want to do with them. You know, with the very simple faults we've got at the moment, and nothing that would imply a safety issue, it's fine. And we don't want to do anything that implies a safety issue anyway, so. So what you'll find in the settings for AWS and DSD under controls, particularly on keyboard, you can't do this on controller, you can change, so you've got Q for alert to DSD DVD reset. There is another one in here. Might be under UK. I mean, it depends on how the train has been set up, unfortunately. That's the North American stuff. So you got UK AWS. No, not one of those. I'll need to check. Because I thought there was an option to separate them out, but it depends on the train having actually been implemented to use it. So older trains don't have that, and you'd have to go back to the older train to recode it to split them out. I know I was on there last night, Londo, and it was just like, oh, this is a bad idea. We'll restart the engines and Torquay. I don't have a release date on the unbranded Peninsula Corridor. No, it shouldn't be long, but I don't have a date for it. I think the majority of the work it's done, it's just hung up on a couple of silly things like thumbnails have still got the logos on them and things like that. Or it was the last time I looked anyway. Well, the problem, Londo, with Pi Hut, if there is a problem, is that a lot of the stuff is actually quite cheap. So it becomes like £2 here and £5 here and £10 there and £2 somewhere else, and you don't really realise that the total might have gone up. And then you go to the checkout button, you're like, oof.
We are now approaching Torquay. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
There's a sale, Londo? I hadn't noticed it was a sale. Dang. Now I might have to go back and have another look. Yeah, I used to enjoy going into the Maplin store in Lakeside. And there was a Maplin store actually just down the road in Chatham. I think it's a carpet shop now.
This is Torquay. This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth. The next station is Tor.
I don't know if it's ready, K-Rail fan. I think it's nearly there. The last I looked, it wasn't quite there. There were a couple of open things that still needed clearing up. They may have been resolved by now. I haven't checked.
The next station is Tor. This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth.
The heck is a card pewter, Londo? Now I've got to go and find out. Oh, that thing. Yes, it does look interesting, that, doesn't it? I saw that. Oh, I forgot to change my engine. Start my engines up. Never mind. Struggle our way to Tor and then we'll do it. You don't have to turn on announcements, Farming Guy. They're automatic there. Wow, we must have lost a second engine or something.
We are now approaching
A PEGI P11. That's cool. Does it run? They weren't VMS, were they? What did the PDPs run? It was precursor to VMS, wasn't it? Or did they run VMS? Scott Powell enjoying the stream, Matt. We'll be watching all weekend while also finishing up Riviera Airlines Journey Mode. Thank you very much indeed, Scott. I had a PDP-11. I think it was a PDP. Briefly. in my in the cupboard when at one of my places in Mildenhall. Oh, T11. That was. I thought it wasn't BMS. Oh no, it was a VAX I had. Sorry, it was a VAX I had, not a PDP. Right. So let's put that in neutral. Make sure that's in full service. Stop. That's it. Got all our engines now. Hey, Dizzy. Really? Really?
The next station is Newton Abbot. This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth.
I was talking with the team about more ways to tune the fault system, and I think we've hit upon one of the reasons it's happening more often than we expected. So we're going to make some changes around that as well. You kind of need all the engines when you're going uphill like this. When's the next patch? So we're going to talk more about that on the roadmap stream, but the aim is at least for the next 4 patches to have something around a weekly cadence of patches. I can't remember when the first one's going to be. Yeah, the approach release signals probably are happening, but you don't realise it. Some Welsh bloke. It's a bit too subtle at the moment. It's also because of the way it's currently implemented. It can currently not see signals that need to be improved, or that it could apply a delay on. You know, that would have a meaningful impact. So we're going to rework how it detects those signals to impact. Own Faglopt, yes. There's a number of things coming. The shunting signal's being worked on when you're driving the 294. I don't know what you mean by menu. Oh, you mean by menu bugs, the duplicated entries? Yes. And TSRs should be in the next patch, I think. Yeah, they should be in the next patch. There's no update on blurry textures at the moment, Javelin. It's something that we are continuing to dig into. Completely missed that. Weather selection, Dizzy? What's that one? Possibly not for that Great Western, because adding car stops means we have to resimulate timetables, and that turns a 5-minute job into multiple hours, days, sometimes a week's work. So I don't know about that one. So we're at 11.77. We're not too far off of what, £23 out away from 1200. So who's going to chuck £25 on the total and get us to 1200? Looks like we can't get into Newton Abbot. Oh, we can now. There was presumably a train coming in the other direction heading for Plymouth, crossing our line, I'm imagining. If we're lucky, we might see it. Maybe. There it is. To 40 because we cross over all the way to the left, so we were clashing with that train's path. Signs are linked to the track, Liam. They're not just if they didn't have any kind of an impact, then it'd be different, but they do have an impact. They're linked to the actual track, and they do change where the trains stop. And that can have other impacts potentially. It's one of those things that's super subtle and doesn't necessarily make obvious sense, but it does. But because it's affecting what happens with the trains, you need to resimulate the timetable. Hey, Trainmaster Gaming.
We are now approaching Newton Abbot. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform and take care when stepping down from the train.
I can't talk about Thomas at the moment, Den Baker. When we have something to say, rest assured we'll say it. Until then, if it's not on the roadmap. Right, coming into Newton Abbot.
This is Newton Abbot.
That's
this is a Great
hard
Western
stalled.
Railway service to Exmouth. The next station is Teignmouth.
Yeah, so these things, these aren't just scenery. These actually link out to the track so that the AI trains will stop here, and also your stop markers will be marked to here.
The next station is Teignmouth. This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth.
See you later, Paul. Thanks for the donation. and support. Oh, I can't wait for that fix to get out that changes the diesel engine frequency. Have I got a favourite route out of the new ones that came with TSW6? I mean, Morristown is probably my favourite of the three, but it's pretty close. I enjoy all of them. So the selector for random faults doesn't actually make any difference, Londo. It's another bug. They're always going to be the same frequency regardless. Anonymous donation pushing us up to £1,200. Thank you very much. Well done, everybody. Well done. Well, the thing to remember, Joffanon, is there's 4 engines, and it's different ones failing each time. So I think the only fault you might experience when faults are off is the passenger doors. We're talking about that because passenger doors is technically not using the fault system. I don't know why that meant someone thought it didn't need to be switched off, but it's I think sometimes coders can take things too literally. So yeah, that'll get fixed, but the rest of the faults should turn off when you turn off the faults. Just the door faults that don't. Love the woolly water effect on this route. It's so nice. Breaks up the water nicely. Probably right, Londo. Probably right. It's the producer's fault at the end of the day. We did indeed, just a little while ago, Holy Trucker. One and a half miles to go, limping along. The fault system, though, even in its sort of exaggerated state at the moment, is making it to where you have to look for different things and take different actions. It's not just the same run all the time. So, you know, it's kind of, you know, working at that level. It's just a little exaggerated is all. Speaking of, Or any door should be able to fault, Liam.
We are now approaching Trenton. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
Fault system only applies to models that have had it enabled, which at the time being is TSW6 models, yes, Tony. In fact, it's only on 6 trains in total at the moment, so the 150 and the Voyager, the Arrow 3, the Alp 45, the ICT and the Talent 2.
Service to Exmouth. The next station is Dawlish.
I locked myself in. No update that I'm aware of on the underground extension. If there is one, then you'll see it on the roadmap, but I've not seen the roadmap document yet, so. That'll be down to Rivet, Dizzy. I suggest you ping them and see if they can update it. Oh, it won't. Sorry, hang on. Sorry, the announcements that have been done outside of our system won't apply to the settings. So, like for example, the announcements on the Pacer on Just Trains route, they won't use our settings. The announcements on the ScotRail routes that Rivet did, they predate that stuff. So, Drummy, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Yeah, so there's going to be a little bit of a mix-up, and even so, you know, what we've said to third-party developers is they don't have to use our announcement system, but if they don't, these are the problems. If they want to use their own system, it's up to them. What trains are you driving, Paul? The other thing is, make sure that under Settings General your notifications are turned on. If that's turned off, that will hide the notifications. It was just time at the end of the day, Liam, with the way the fault system was. We had to cut it down to one base train and one deluxe train. I think we want to try and find the time to go and add it to some more trains. But I think before we do that, we should probably make it less annoying first. Why stop supporting of achievements or trophies en route, Street Dreamer? So because of the way that content is produced, and the way that the platforms like things to work, it basically became untenable to support it. It was one of the biggest roadblocks to getting things out. Actually, was turning out to be achievements, which is bonkers.
This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth. The next station is Dawlish Warren.
Yawning already? It's only 1 o'clock. Did we have another stalled engine? I think we did, didn't we? I mean, I'm driving a 150, therefore one of the engines is probably stalled. I mean, I'm with you, Scott, but
this is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth.
Jonathan Joffredon, keep great stream, great cause, keep it up. Thank you very much indeed for that donation, Joffredon. Yeah, I'm with you, Scott. I'm definitely a fan. Oh, for crying out loud! I'm definitely a fan of achievements that take longer to make, but we get so much negative feedback about this idea that we're making people play the game. So. Lost another one. It's insane how fast it's dropping. Oh, it's only a 2-car, so we've lost both engines now. We are now officially dead in the water. No, once they're dead, they're dead. ML, if you want the engines to turn back on, you still have to turn them on yourself. Got an approach release from Red going into Dawlish Warren. That's fine, we're not going to be coming in a hurry. Here we go, we've lost both engines again. Yeah, alright, I'll turn the faults off, that's ridiculous. Train faults off. Oh, there is a new train fault notification setting that's gone out. Oh, there you go, it's got its own dedicated one now. I didn't realise that had gone out yet. Mr. Sprinter, yes, we are raising money for the for Special Effect charity, which helps everybody with varying degrees of ability access the access video games, basically.
We are now approaching Dawlish Warren. Please
I don't know why I'm turning the throttle up.
the platform and take care when stepping.
Get out and push, yeah, really. Yeah, I think this one, it doesn't. I'm sure I tried it and I had to be stopped with the controls in stationary positions for it would actually do the reset.
This is Dawlish Warren. This is a Great Western Red.
Train faults have now got their frequency settings, so that might be tied in correctly.
Railway service to Exmouth. The next station is Starcross.
The problem is more that at the moment it's so if you've got two vehicles, it's counting two separate timers. And so both vehicles can independently fault. It's not like there's one fault system for the train. It's like each vehicle has its own fault system, which makes it where the more vehicles you've got, the more frequently you're going to get faults, which is wrong. That's one of the changes we're looking at making.
The next station is Starcross. This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth.
This is where I find out I'm not running the release version of the game, I'm running the next one. Right, let's make some time, get to Starcross. Is what a bug glitch, Mr. Sprinter? Oh, the 7-hour service. No, I think that's because probably the final instruction doesn't have a time assigned to it, and that means generally it's a it's going to then end up with like a 0- maths error. I'm not on dev build, I think I'm on the ambassador build. I'm just going to go and check the Steam backend. Oh wow. I'm actually behind public. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm ahead of... Yeah, I am. I am ahead of... I am on, slightly ahead of the public release. Oh well.
We are now approaching Starbucks. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform and take care when stepping down from the train. This is Starcross. This is a Great Western Railway. The next station is Marsh Barton.
And there's no platform from Mount Tabor Track 2. That's correct. You open it and then think they walk down and cross over like a walkway. Marsh Barton.
The next station is Marsh Barton. This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth.
Yeah, I know about the where you got the two 802s facing each other. It's that's known. There are the higher priority bugs that needed fixing, unfortunately, but we'll get to it. I answered you on that earlier on, Holy Trucker. Amazed Taste. What was your query? Oh no, that was the opaque, not the opaque windows one. I think it's down to like an angle of reflection thing or something like that. They all have open windows, but depending on the angle you see them, particularly as they go past you, they turn opaque. And something to do with screen space reflections, I think. Bit of a trek to Marsh Barton. Oh, the TGV in orbit. Yeah, we did find that eventually, because it was affecting a lot of things. It was a maths error that occurred in a very specific set of circumstances, which effectively inverted the physics applied to the train. So in certain circumstances, effectively the train got sprained away from the track. But it was really specific circumstances that caused it. Oops, gone a bit too fast. Nothing is visually obvious, unfortunately, Londo. It was just literally a flat surface where, on the top of a rail, where on in certain circumstances that flat surface exhibited incorrect physics. Low ride in class 66. How'd you manage that? Yeah, finding that rogue bit of maths was difficult, very difficult. I think working with the community, we were able to find something, even vaguely reproducible as an issue, as there's a problem, so we can make it happen, and then they were able to actually get someplace with it. But that was difficult. Hey there, Hannah. You left the wheels behind the maze Taze. Wow, that's interesting. How'd you manage that? That was one of the other common reproductions of the issue, Liam, was coming into Gatwick, if I remember rightly. Jason, I think you need a bit of a pep talk.
This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth. The next station is Exeter St Thomas.
Exeter Central, St James Park, Poleslow Bridge, Digby and Soughton, Newport, Topsham, Exton, Limston Commando, Limston Village, and Exmouth. The train 100.
The next station is Exeter St Thomas. This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth.
You should know to expect nothing less, Jason. Come on. Yeah, you can tell when Jason's grumpy with me because I've become Matthew and not Matt. That's the home for Exeter St Thomas. Which is the interlocking also protecting this junction.
We are now approaching Exeter St Thomas.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
This is Exeter St Thomas. This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth. The next station
Oh
is
dear, come on,
Exeter St.
whatever's
David's.
going on at Exeter St David's, get it out of my way. Yeah, I'll do the Fallout one next. Someone doing some breakdancing here. Oh, I love the passenger system so much, it's so good. It fills me with joy whenever I see it. There we go.
The next station is Exeter St David's. This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth.
I'll have to have spend a bit of time listening to that Tuxcat and see what's going on there. At least they have heads. Let's not give them ideas, Liam. So the way that it spawns, some passengers spawn on effectively the wrong platform, so they walk to the correct platform. Amazed Haze. I don't quite know why that is, but that's why there is movement between platforms as they spawn.
We are now approaching Exeter St David's.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
Oh, we're on the right hand side. Or did you have to program the NPCs, or was it a product you added to? So we're using the NPC feature that is kind of, it's like the AI bot system in Unreal, but we've added quite a lot to it.
This is Exeter St David's. This is a Great Western Railway service to Exmouth. The next station
Yeah, the jetpack
is
ones have all
Exeter
been
Central.
fixed by a lightning bolt that comes down and grabs them. Perfect. Right. Okay. Now, I'm going to just switch over and switch my build back to the one that it's supposed to be on. I'll be back in a minute. Right, I thought I would take the opportunity for... Why is it so dark? I thought I'd take the opportunity for a PNB while I was here. Let me turn the backlights on. They apparently are on. Maybe it just needs the screen to brighten up to balance things. Never mind. Right. Oh, wait for the game to finish booting. And we should be good to go. There we go. Back to the original settings. There we go. Right, okay, what's next? Trenton, ACS 64. Do it with the the TSW version. We're running service 185. New York Penn Roanoke. Yeah, I was messing with the lights earlier on because it was too bright, it was too washed out, it was too saturated, it was... Oh, I don't know what's wrong with this camera and why I need to make so many changes to it, but I did. Right, pop that in and put it in forwards, and over here I need alerter, access ATC, passenger brake mode, front headlight on, ditch light off is fine. Okay, I think we're good. We want to unlock the doors. Grub as well while I was here. The bottom headlights are marker lights. Those are not generally run on. If you look at videos, that's these ones, and they don't run with these on. They'll be only on ditch light when you run the flashing mode for when you blow the horn. Ditch lights. What have we got this time? It's banana Y food. Oh, well done, Rob. Well done. Where are we stopping? Newark Penn, Newark International. Cade MCFC, when will the Voyager work? As far as I'm aware it works. What are the issues you're having with it? Is this where you use free roam spawn and you can't make it move? found yourself watching the PS4 previous stream of the original TSW. Oh wow, Hannah. That goes back a bit. Bing bong MSFS, yes, New York Trenton. I forgot we're on our approach medium. Did you do our rapid transit? You sure it wasn't New York, New Rochelle, Hannah? The original, what we called New York Foundation route. That one was, it went down as far as Newark Airport. That's Newark Penn. It went down to here, wasn't it? Newark Airport. Yeah. And then it went east up to New Rochelle, up there somewhere. No, the New Rochelle game map didn't last past the original TSW. Significant amount of work, or virtually needed rebuilding. And the problem is the route didn't really make sense, actually. The gameplay was weird. Because it was like two little mini routes joined together rather than one larger one. Because no one drives from New Rochelle to Newark Airport. Drivers, our engineers, finish their run in New York Penn and start a new run in New York Penn. So it was kind of odd. No, it's not been in any other route. You go close to it on Harlem line, Liam. There's a bit where the line diverges off to the right, and you're only 2 stations from New Rochelle at that point, while you carry on the Harlem line north. We didn't make this route until very recently, Hannah. Well, I say very recently, a year or two ago. 2 years ago now. Fen, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated. Keep those donations coming, folks. Special Effect is such a great cause. Oh, we've got finally the 60. Which train sim do I like? This one, Train Sim World 6. That may be the obvious answer though. We are clearly stuck behind something. There's a lot of trains going into New York. Yeah, I think this route reused sections of New Rochelle, Newark, Hannah, for that particular stretch, so it's very easy to be misled. Bing Bong, no plans to extend Morristown at this point. Another donation from Anonymous, thank you very much. God, what is a slow boat in front of us? Nothing at this time, Liam. What is in front of us? And why does it think it's got any business being in front of us? Not sure. Was this timetable more ambitious than Brighton Main Lines? I don't know. You'd need to ask Joe. I imagine they were on a very similar level. What does make these timetables more challenging is the American signalling. You have a bug when you enter photo mode twice, the game freezes. Can you drop a support ticket into the system for that one, OPMV? Hey Alan, how are you doing? Oh, fast asleep. Mum and Dad, thank you very much, Mum and Dad. Much appreciated. Ooh, £1,300. Well done, everyone. So on Morristown line, you'd be over on the right hand side over here. This is Kearney, isn't it? Well, it's this bit of it. The Kearney, I think, is on the Morristown bit, over on the right. Lee, what does Special Effect do? Special Effect are a charity and their goal is to make gaming accessible to anyone regardless of their abilities or disabilities. So they will provide advice, they can loan equipment, they've even written software to help people. They've done all sorts of things, to be honest. And they also work with game devs like us to help us understand any accessibility issues with games. They do a hell of a lot of work, and without the donations they can't do it because they don't get funding anywhere else. Very, very worthwhile cause, I think. I know gaming seems like a triviality, but it's an escape, particularly if you've got, you know, some challenges you're trying to work through, and having that escape open to you is, well, critically important actually for, you know, mental well-being and the like. JE for life, yes, I am indeed doing New York Trenton at the moment. Yeah, hopefully the Japanese line won't be too much longer now. What I've seen of it's looking very good. Yeah. Wow, anyone think I didn't get lots of sleep last night? Jeez. Newark International Airport. Metro Park, Trenton. Train number is 185. Oh, a cellar. David, extending the Duisburg to Bochum to Dortmund. I mean, anything is possible. We've got no plans to do that, and that route is so old. Probably you're also expecting the other bit to be redone, which means it's not really an extension at that point. But I have been looking at some options. I'd love to do the area from it's Dortmund in the east to, is it Cologne in the west? What's west of Duisburg? Because Duisburg-Bochum is a bit kind of like a middle bit of the route. Right, we've got 70, so let's go for it. Next roadmap, Lorenzo, I believe is Thursday. No, Essen's east of Duisburg, Alan. It's in the middle. We're actually getting a bit of speed now. Hey, Trenton World. You have to tell me who you are. How are you? Is that Alex? It's Harry today. It's Harry today. There you go. I apologise profusely for calling you Alex. Luis, I am driving the Amtrak ACS 64 Train Sim World Edition. Every joke's a dad joke, don't you, Harry? Dusseldorf might be what I'm thinking, actually. Yeah, Dortmund Dusseldorf, that was it. Yeah, Dortmund Dusseldorf. Just to be clear, I've not got any plans to make that, but that was one I was interested in. The pun I did earlier was so good. Jason PFC stopped talking to me for a bit. He just needed some pep in his step, Brisbane. What are you driving, Tim Smith? Crossing over. Looks rather nice going up there, doesn't it? Yes, the other thing to do, Tim, is make sure that your general notifications are turned on. That's a puzzler then, Tim, I don't know. If you're driving the 150, I had to turn the notifications, the random faults off, they're coming up too often. Back to full power. It's I don't quite understand it, Jason, to be honest. Thanks, Colin. don't forget to keep those donations coming in, folks. It's for Special Effects, great cause. Once we finish this scenario, I'll share another one of their really cool videos. Oh, if anyone of you have seen, I don't know if you haven't seen it yet, there's a podcast called The Dogcast, which is done by Hentis and I can't remember the other guy's name. Yeah, look it up. The last one I did an interview with. I think they've done an interview with Bessie as well, the train driver. And but yeah, they came to the dockyard, came to the office, and we had a chat about all sorts of stuff. So. It's a good podcast. So yeah, if you're not aware of the Railway Dogcast, then go and look them up. Yeah, Riviera Line is very scenic, isn't it? It's definitely one where you find yourself stopping and taking shots all the time. Thank you, Jason. Jason's just shared the link to the video. Get slowed down. Coming into Metro Park, I guess we're swinging back to the right hand side, yeah, so that we can get to the platform. Judging by the 45 just after the platform, we'll be swinging back into the middle lane for faster running on the way to Trenton. Check me out 30 seconds early. keep those donations coming in, folks. We're at £1,300, which is brilliant for Saturday morning. But yeah, do keep the donations coming in. We'll run another one, Special Effects, great videos, after we finish at Trenton. I think the problem with me, reason I'm getting tired is because the heat from the computers is probably getting to me. Oh dear, Albert Fox. You bought a jumper that gave off static electricity, returned it, and they gave him a replacement free of charge. Dear, oh dear. Oh, thank you for that donation. Yeah, I've got an apple in the inside. I'll go and grab that. Stretch my legs a little bit as well. Right, we're up to 45. And hopefully we'll get crossed over and then we can speed up again. Oh yeah, the night runs are definitely like that, Scott. The gentle thrum of the train, the clickety-clack of the rails, the dark lights outside, or the dark visuals outside, and yeah, your brain just goes night-night. "31 miles now to Trenton." The thunderstorm runs can be very nice, yeah. Window open so you can hear the thunder rolling around. Prodema, what makes me special is that I control my computer with my eyes. For some people that sounds impossible. For me, it's my reality. It allows me to create, play and connect with the world. Wow, Prodema, that's amazing. It's one of the things that Special Effect actually, one of their key specialities is eye control for games and writing and developing software that adds layers onto it. I'm going to run that video after this. Yeah, the wind was getting up quite loud last night, Reasonable. Lots of wind last night. It was quite blustery outside too. Julie Hops Bunny, no plans at this point to put the arrow onto Trenton, no. But I'm well aware of the desire to do so. Got 23 miles blasting along down the route. Feeling very hot. I suspect strongly it is that. You reckon it's only 23? As it stands, it probably can't, Liam, but I don't know. Turbo train placeholder. Got any guest appearances? No, I didn't. This has all been put together rather last minute, so there was no time to ask anyone to put any videos together, Jason. Freaking hell. I can tell it's getting hot in here because I'm getting prickly heat on my back, making my back itch like crazy. I'll open the door. That does mean we're going to get destroyed and distracted by the feline. It's coming to Birmingham Cross City, Lee, onto the 170 timetable. I believe that work has been done. I think it's just going through the release process. I think Manchester Airport Commuter, they've already added it. I think that's out. I'm not aware of where else it's going from older routes. I think some of the newer routes coming out might feature it as well. Have you pinged our support people, Angwu, and let them figure out how to help you with that? Almost under the 10-mile mark. Oh, that's a good shout, Jason. Matty, next we are doing Bremen Oldenburg, then London Commuter, then Morristown. That'll take us up to about 5:45. Well, probably at the schedule rate I'm on at the moment, 6:30. It is still on Game Pass, Liam, but because you don't technically own those 3 routes in TSW5 core, they don't port over to TSW6. Thanks, Rebecca. Favourite racing game? Wreckfest. Without a doubt, I love Wreckfest. On PlayStation 5, I've got GT7, but I've not really done much with it. Sorry, GT Sport I played quite a lot of. And otherwise not on the Xbox, Forza Horizon probably. Yeah, I bought GT7 in one of the sales a while back, but I've never actually, other than sort of doing some test laps while it downloaded the rest of it, I've never really gone back to it. I should at some point. Another seller. But Wreckfest I absolutely adore. It's so much fun. Yep, Forza Horizon's going to Japan next, as I understand it. I'd be looking forward to Forza Horizon 6 regardless of where it was going, to be honest. One of my favourite trailers for a video game ever was when I first saw the announce for, was it Forza Horizon 3? Where they used Ersin Volpin's version of Wicked Game. Oh my god, talk about emotional. Absolute ASMR. Absolute ASMR. It was incredible. I still put that track on in the background sometimes. It's not often that a second, you know, someone's remake of a song is better than the original, but I will listen to Ersin Volpin's version over and over again. Mix Wizard, certainly at this time, no. Until we go back and add things, to add the announcements to older routes. And we've got no plans to do that at this point in time. So consider it a TSW6 and onwards feature. Why am I here? I've got a G27, but I don't use it that much. I'm curious to see where they go, Matty, with the hardware. I mean, obviously they've got the handheld coming out, which I'm interested to see. But I don't know. It's expensive making hardware, so it makes perfect sense for their games to be on PS5, because you spend millions and millions of dollars making a video game, and then you don't put it on half of the games consoles that are out there. In fact, at the moment with PS5, way more than half of the consoles that are out there. So them putting their games on PS5 just makes good business sense. So that bit doesn't surprise me in the slightest. And people who go on, it's really interesting. You'll see people saying, "I really, there's no exclusives anymore. Xbox, blah 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 blah." And in the same breath, you'll find people saying exclusives are bad and should never be done. So it's kind of like, games companies can't really win on that respect. But yeah, it's interesting. But it makes perfect sense why they're putting the games on PS5. It makes zero sense to not do that. Whether or not they're still going to make hardware, who knows? Who knows? They may just make licensed hardware, like the ROG handhelds. Oh yeah, the top-end handheld is $1,000, but you've got to remember, Gav's Photography, that's a reasonably decent spec PC, basically. But they do have the non-X handheld, which is more reasonable price. What I like is that both of the handhelds have got 24 gigs of memory. That's brilliant. That means we're not going to have major memory problems like we do with Series S. How do you mean first party Xbox handheld, Liam? Do you mean the Xbox Ally X and the Xbox Ally? Because they're pre-orderable now. I think they release in a month or two. Joseph Ford, I have got no idea what plans are for sales. I'm afraid you're asking me to swim outside my lane. I don't know the details of that. And honestly, if I did, I probably couldn't say anything. So. There are less frequent sales on Xbox, unfortunately. It's not up to us, I'm afraid. Are you sure that's not just the Xbox ROG Ally and ROG Ally X, which are Xbox released by Microsoft? They're just made by Asus. The 16 gigabytes of RAM on a Series X isn't too bad. The one that's really bad is the Series S. It's only got 10 gigabytes, and that's just painful. Of course, the other problem you've got is that it's 16 gigabytes, or even on a Series X, shared between the game and the CPU and the GPU, whereas your average PC is going to have at least 8 gigabytes dedicated RAM, if not more, to the GPU, plus 16 gigabytes on the CPU. So they're already at 24 gigabytes essentially combined. Right, okay. Let's watch a video. Let's watch that one.
So my name's Dan Perkins, and at the age of 37, I was diagnosed with motor neurone disease, which was obviously a huge a huge shock. I've been a very fit and active person. I was a triathlete. Yeah, it was an enormous impact, as you can imagine. But very quickly sort of decided to take a very positive outlook and make the most of every opportunity that was presented to me. I think it was my wife that told me about a charity that could help me to continue to play computer games. Yeah, just got in touch and it's been an amazing journey ever since. So I initially played a game using various adaptive controllers, and as my mobility has decreased over the years, we went on to more sort of voice controlled. Then my voice has deteriorated, so now we've been doing some really amazing work with arcade controller games, and it's so liberating for me. No matter what MNG throws at me, the guys at SpecialEffect come up with solutions to allow me to still play games, which has been fantastic. It's given me independence, it's given me an escape. They're always there if I'm struggling with any aspect. They're there to help. When I look at my civilization, demonstrate everything that I'm doing. Constantly so amazed that I can do what I do. And it's like I say, it's a wonderful escape. And I think I set them quite challenging tasks. In that, is there a way I can still play this sort of game or another sort of game, despite the fact that I'm just controlling it with my eyes, and they are always up for the challenge and always there to help make something happen, rather than telling me things are impossible. So they've been a really important part of my journey with MND.
Let me unmute the microphone, we might be better off. I've got all tangled up, hang on a minute. That's better. How cool is that, right? That's it's impressive actually. Just the level of support that they give. Right, okay. What's next on the list? Sorry, I just realised that my stream. That's why my stream on YouTube is so far back. Sorry for your loss there, Chris. So next up is London Commuter. Actually, I was going to leave the door open. Why did I close the door? Hang on. Right. That's better. Well, hopefully, I can already feel it cooling down in here. That's good. That's good. Right, London commuter. London. It is a bunch of loons, but right. Oh no, Bremen Oldenburg. Sorry, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Bremen. And it's the Enwagen cab car. $14,809. Put a little stuff on. Go for it. Got to try and remember how to drive this thing now. I haven't driven this in a long time. I have some nuts to munch on as well. Right. Let's put that in and push it forward. Put that in. Don't want the emergency power off. No, let's not do that. Key, that's what I was looking for. There we go. PCB pantograph, circuit breaker, traction motor, fan, air compressor, wheel slip, sand, brake release, PCB nonsense. Good old CFER. Train lights are on, cab lights are off, instrument lights on. Don't need indicator testers, do that. Does a good job. Right. Good. Doors open. Have I chosen my favourite routes to run on, Matty? What I do generally is I look at routes I've not driven on for a while, plus things I know are generally viewer favourites, and sprinkling in a couple I want to particularly drive, although there's normally in amongst that list things I particularly want to drive anyway. Yep, we've got a 110 at the rear. Folks, just keep those donations coming in. I've added the link to the spreadsheet with the roster. It's on the top. If you need the link at any point, then you've got the spreadsheet. If you look there, it should be there now. Yes, if you just keep the donations coming in. It's all for an amazing cause. Do you know who actually created London to Brighton and TSW? Well, the Dovetail team did. There's loads of people on the Dovetail team who were involved in that. There'll be different people working on the route, different people working on the trains, the gameplay. We made it. We're off. Yeah, the drawbridge is right at the end of this journey because we're starting on the east of the route and making our way west. Yeah, Liam, we got 110. You asked that earlier, I showed you. speed up to 60. Sputnik, yes, this is Bremen Oldenburg. Seven kilometers to Whistling. Chris, your best bet is to message me rather than trying to do it over the stream. And I need to understand more about what you want to do and all the rest of it. So message me on Discord or something, or on the forums. Oh, it's quite loud. We found, I don't know if any of you like currywurst, right? Heinz make this curry flavour curry sauce, and it's sublime, perfect with a bit of bratwurst, right? But I didn't have anything, so I thought, oh, I wonder what happens if I throw some Swedish meatballs in the air fryer. Martin here, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Says good on you, Prof. So I threw some meatballs in the air fryer and then had it with the curry sauce. And I went to tell my wife later on. I'm like, so I had the meatballs and I had the curry sauce on there, and I tell you what, it's not the worst. And yeah, I got the appropriate silent treatment. Lesson learned? No, definitely not. The eye roll was so big that it was like the eyes went all the way round. Yeah. To be fair, is usually what my wife does when I do some sort of punny dad joke thing. It's usually, oh, you're talking again. Well, you see, I might have got away with that one ECM2 because I got the 3D printer behind me, and it kind of takes up enough room that there is no room for anything else now. This thing is huge. It's old, but it's huge. Now, important things. I hope I unlock the doors again. Right, Hood is next. Back up to 140 for Huda. I'm sure people of Hood have never heard these puns at all, ever in their lives, guys. Get the power off, needs to be slowing down. We've got the drops to 120 to do, we're going to need brakes. Power off, there we go. I think you mean Entis, don't you mean, did you hear about the Scarecrow who won an award? He was outstanding in his field. Hey Tommy, how's it going? Don't mind us. It's just the crazy bit where the where the bad jokes come out. I'm not even going to call them dad jokes at this point. We're just calling them bad jokes, right? Let's be honest and completely upfront with each other. Yeah, opening that door has made a big difference. I don't know why I have to keep relearning this fact. We try and avoid that stuff here, Chris. I mean, if I'd have done a joke about the meatballs and not the curry sauce, then we could have said that was quite tasteless. You had a window wiper fault last night, did you, Tommy? Oh, excellent. Yeah, I've noticed that this PC running TSW is running any game, I presume, but I only really run TSW on it. It is a warmth generator. Although I've got both of them on because the streaming PC is obviously doing a lot of work at the moment as well. Chris, no, actually that means it's got really good cooling. If you think about it, if your PC is kicking out a lot of heat, that means the cooling is doing its job. This PC's got something like 3 or 4 giant fans on it. I mean, it kicks out a lot of heat, but actually internally it stays quite cool. You have to tell me about that film sometime, Urban, but keep it to the bare necessities, yeah? Well, there are RGB fans at the moment, so occasionally pink bits show up. I didn't pick RGB fans, I just want to stress it's how the machine came. I can't remember what cooling my new PC has got, Chris. I used to have water cooling with the what is the streaming PC now, but it died a horrible death and the machine kept crashing. And I just replaced it with a cheap fan. And honestly, it does the job just as well as the hydro cooler did. Admittedly, I don't play games on it anymore. RGB fans give you extra cooling, and pink fans would be ice cold Risen Bull. You know, science tells us these things, so I believe. Frankie boy, how do you get your trains from Train Sim to 6? Do you mean Train Sim World, like 5.4, etc.? It should happen automatically. If it doesn't, contact our support people and they'll walk you through it. Roadmap is Thursday, I believe, Tommy. It was going to be Tuesday, but I'm not around, so we're pushing it to Thursday. Oh, hello, I broke it. I've got to press a button to reset it, haven't I? What have I got to do here? MSCB, reclose. Open it. Close it. No. What have I got to do to reset after I made a mess of it? Oh no, it's cleared. It's not working though. There we go. We're rocking. We're rocking. I'll be with Alex, I think, on Thursday. Press all the buttons, yeah, exactly that. Sherbrooke is next. Oh, it's me and JD. Of course, yes, Alex is off on Thursday. Extra admin then on Thursday, folks. Extra admin. You know you love it. Oh, when I was gaming on this streaming machine, the water cooling did a really good job. I just don't need it anymore, so I can't justify spending the money on it. I thought, I'll buy the cheap fan and we'll see. If it's rubbish, then we'll go back to a water cooling, and then I know why I'm spending the money on it. But basically, as it turned out, it's fine. An Oblong Life, I'm running 4K Ultra. I'm also frame locked at 60 because I can't see any point going above 60. Yeah, this machine is the machine I'm not the one I'm gaming on. I've only had that a couple of years, but the one I'm streaming with, which used to be my main driver, that one's at least 10 years old now, at least. So I'm certainly not complaining. It's done its time. It's an old 6th gen Intel. When I go back to streaming on my own channel, because I go directly to YouTube, I'll pump up the stream to 4K as well. I did have a look at doing that today, but because I'm going via Restream onto Twitch, and Restream doesn't do transcoding, it would mean that it tries to send a 4K stream to Twitch, and apparently that's in trials, but it's not something everybody has access to. Whereas YouTube just does it normally. It just works. I mean, this thing will run TSW at about 200 FPS, Chris, but I can't see the point. I've only got a 60 FPS monitor. 60 Hertz monitor, sorry. So it's by and large pointless to let the game run any faster. Hey, Max on Rails. Oh, that'll be a problem. Come on, stop, stop. Wow, the brakes on this thing are monsters. There is no way I should have made this. It should be an early stop. Nice. Do we need to call an ambulance though? This is what we need to find out. Who can camp? Delmenhurst. Yeah, this thing doesn't hang around when it comes to stopping, does it? I wonder if it comes with crash helmets and seatbelts. Well, maybe only when I'm driving. What's wrong with Mark 1 Rail Tour coupling? Max on Rails, can you give me a bit more information? Wasn't a Nebworth at all. That was. I stopped early, in fact. I was convinced it was going to be a Nebworth, has to be fair. No, I couldn't imagine the train stopping. Somehow it did. So I win, basically. The G-forces there must have been horrific. Yeah, really. Yeah, really. You get some idea about it when the train stops and like the camera does this. How come seatbelts don't come with trains don't come with seatbelts? I think it's just a matter of convenience. People would just stop riding the trains if they did that. Not only that, sometimes you're only on and off the train for a bit. I don't know. It's probably just too transient. We might not have wheels left after that, to be fair, Scott, but I'm not going to go and look. We might be driving at this point on axle grease. How are you? What's your repo steps to that, Max? Is that running a particular service or something you're doing in free roam? We don't have North Jersey coastline planned at this point, no, SpecialEffect, no. I think it involved falling asleep, Hentis. They were all thinking I was going to do a Hentis earlier on, apparently. We've got the light to go. Is that the bridge? Oh no, we've still got a way to go, yeah. Wait, which way are we going? Oh, we're going to Bremen. Oh, we did the bridge right at the beginning. Oh, I'm fast asleep. Thought we were going westbound. Up doors. How's the podcast gone, Hentis? Has it been, has it, you know, because I can obviously see what your YouTube views are, but I don't know how it's doing on the myriad of other platforms. No plans for an E60, no, Superdip. Hey Red Rev, how are you doing? Oh, 500 hertz. That was me thinking I should keep to 40, but of course 500 hertz. Dummy. Come on, Bricks, anytime. Oh, that's good, Hentis. I tried to boost the signal a bit on it, so hopefully that's helped. Seriously, you press the Q. Which is the one that presses the Q? Is it down here? Yeah, it goes really slow and doesn't trip. Okay. Annoying. Because I pressed it like 3 times. Right, we will eventually get to Heidkrug. Oh, you definitely would, Hentis, yeah. Liam, do I recommend Hollyland? I do. I really like this setup. To be honest, I don't think there's a whole lot in it between the DJI, the Rode, and the Hollyland equivalents. Certainly, when I looked at them, there wasn't a lot in it, but I do like the Hollyland. I've got the Lark Max Pro, if I remember rightly. Hentis, you've got the Rode, if I remember rightly, haven't you? Oh, another donation. Andy G, thank you very much for that. It says keep up the great work. Much appreciated, Andy. 1333. Nice. Oh, they got a new Max. Interesting. I wonder what's different. To be fair, I don't use half of what this thing can do because it's got like the transmitters have got storage, the receivers have got storage. It's really good if you want to capture audio, but you don't necessarily have anything to sort of master it to, like a phone or a PC. Yeah, I was telling you about this is the case it comes in, Hentis. And we just either pop the I don't know if you can see it with the light. You pop the charger. I've got the other microphone in there at the moment. You pop them in there, and this is then a charger, and it can charge the microphones up 2 or 3 times. And you get sort of a good 6 to 7 hours out of a full charge on a microphone transmitter. Yoshi wants more chews for his appearances. Quite right too, to be fair, quite right. I mean, he is the hero, the sort of the star of the show. Everybody else is just there sort of make him look good, really. Lovely dog, that. Bremen Neustadt. I'll bet if the train brought Yoshi some chews, he would have a different response to trains. Chris, I think music performance ones are probably fine. I mean, I'm trying to remember what the one that I think it's a Shure that my youngest has got. Uses it just as much and at gigs with singing and so forth, and then plugs it into the PC via a Scarlett box, and uses it then for his Twitch streams. Get it custom made, so it's in a particular colour with an engraving, because buying a normal one's too easy, I guess. I mean, I started out with the NT-USB from Rode, which is a good mic. I just don't like the visual of the microphone on the screen. I just think it looks tacky as heck. I don't like it at all. And so I started looking at like wireless lav mics that I could use instead. And the Holyland has got a jack you can plug in a lav to. So that's what I'm using at the moment. The lav's up here. EVRs, I think Lucas misunderstood something when we were talking about it, because the idea was that Mini HUD and some of the other HUD options were there as part of the accessibility task, and that meant you put them under the accessibility menu option. Yeah, that's why Ollie uses the Scarlett box, Chris, to take the XLR and convert it to USB. I can't remember which Scarlett box it is, one of the smaller ones. Bremen Neustadt. Remind me during the week, Hentis, so I can go and pester IT or Raoul and find out what they are. I keep meaning to find out for you and then totally forgetting. Right, this is Bremen Neustadt, which I think puts us one stop out of Bremen. Yeah, they're not cheap, the Scarlet boxes, to be fair. They're not cheap. My wife's an audio engineer, so she was the one originally got the Scarlet box, and she's got this thing called a Gigaport now, so you can plug in up to 8 devices, and then it'll create them as effectively 8 audio devices on the host PC, which is really clever. Or you can go the other way round, create 8 voices, 8 channels you can send audio to, and you can take those then out onto a mixing desk or something. It's quite a clever bit of kit. Brylar Gaming, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Folks, don't forget, we're here for raising money for Special Effect, for charity this weekend. Everything you can offer would be very, very gratefully received, I'm sure, by them, and they'll make very good use of it. I've got a slide here from Game Blast, which actually sort of breaks down, how they can, how much things cost for them a bit, and what it means. So I'll put that up in a minute, because it's quite good seeing it in those terms. My wife's got an Allen and Heath QU5 in the other room now, Chris. That thing's a monster. Yeah, doing really well, Tom. It is, isn't it? Could who use the controller API, Liam? Oh, absolutely they could, Liam. Yeah. Just anyone making hardware devices could, in theory. Carlisle, this is Bremen Oldenburg. We're just pulling into Bremen. Five and a yellow signal. Oh, got a 101 heading out. It's a good route, Chris, and this was the route I think we first did the N-Wagons on as well, which was good, you know, finally some different German coaches. This will do, it's close enough. Apparently it's not close enough. Where do you want me to go? Oh, there. Right, okay, fair enough. Yeah, it's been a while since Bremen came out. Okay. Right, let's watch another video. Let's watch let's watch Elliot. Let's see what that one's about.
Elliot has quadriplegic cerebral palsy, which affects his ability to coordinate and control his movements, which makes it really difficult to use a standard controller. So he came to the games room to see if there's a nicer, easier way of him being able to access games so he can play alongside his family. Elliot had a blast playing Minecraft, he really did. We looked at giving him 2 buttons where he could mine and he could jump, for example. And then someone else would play alongside using the co-pilot feature.
Okay.
Don't let your kids step.
It's right there. Over here. Over here. Over here.
Elliot really enjoyed the social interaction between people, which was a big part of the game for him. So being able to play at home with his dad or his siblings.
Then one turns into a lady.
We even helped him to use his eyes to play games. Throwing custard pies and smashing bottles, just playing games to get used to a new amazing way of experiencing independence and fun. So the aim of our assessments, we start off sort of finding out exactly what game the person wants to play. Then we'll start to talk about, okay, well, what are the controls that you're finding difficult at the moment? And we'll then start thinking about ways that we can use whatever movements they do have that they're comfortable to use to access maybe extra software, extra switches or joysticks in a way that's far more comfortable for them. None of this would have been possible without our amazing family of supporters, so we'd just love to say a big thank you. You're bringing some amazing smiles to people like Elliot all around the world.
Isn't that great? That's what you're supporting, folks. So yeah, they do great work. Right, we're off to London Commuter now. ECM2's just posted the donation link. Did I put anything special on the thing for this one? No, I didn't. Cool. Leave it at the usual then. London Commuter. Well, this one's an old one. This is a rush hour route, isn't it? Well, yeah, released with the rush hour. Right, let's put that on. But before we do anything else, AWS, DSD, vigilance, everything else is on. Good. Now I can put it forward, answer that, open the doors. Okay. Oh, they're up here. Wondering where the headlights work? Are they running? I'm trying to think. Oh no, the instrument lights are automatic on this thing. Tom, it's not that it's not allowed, it's just that I don't like to play with mods on these streams, because when people see me streaming, there's this inherent sort of, oh, is that what I get when I buy the game? And so you want it to be as straightforward as possible, so that immediately when they buy the game, it's not, oh, that's not what I saw on your stream. And then when you start explaining to them, oh, to get it to look like this, you'll need to download and install this and copy that across there, immediately people's eyes glaze over and they're not interested. There's an awful lot of people out there that are not Windows literate in terms of how they, comfortable with moving files around and so forth. And the modding community can turn people off of playing from the game. So I always stream without mods, talk about mods by all means. And then people can sort of see from what I'm doing, when they see other people, then they can find out what the next steps are if they want to get into more advanced things with the game. Liam, thank you for that donation, much appreciated. Keep up the driving, Matt, he says. 1353. Going up well. Right, so we are off to Clapham Junction. No news on Thomas, I'm afraid, Den Baker. Yeah, with something like nearly 5,000 services on this route is already taking, I think, 6 hours to do a resimulation, which means that changes to it are very time consuming. And at the moment that would then bust it for consoles, so before you could do that, you'd really need to get a good handle on the memory optimizations on it. Oh, is there a freighter down there? Yes, there is. Including all the AI, Tom. Yeah, it's about, I think, 1,500 playable, which is still a lot, but it is something like 5,000 AIs, including the AI. And I think to date remains the timetable with the most services on it. I think that, I can't remember where Morristown ended up. That was quite high, and Trenton obviously is quite high. Yeah, I think it might be the biggest in services, Redrev. Jason, did you ever complete this route 100%? I think it was like 4,500, something along those lines, Tom. This is part of the challenge, Chris, is working out before any changes get made to this route. There's some groundwork needs to be done on it first, really, to make room for anything new. The problem is that the track database, and as you can see, it's a beast of a track database, is always loaded in memory the entire time. So adding more track means that the route has fundamentally less memory for everything everywhere. Same way for the timetable. If you add more services, again, everything else shrinks down, so you kind of have to start removing scenery at that point. You got to about 500 and gave up. Dear oh dear. How far did you get on Bakerloo line? Because that's got quite a few as well, hasn't it, Jason? No plans for Indian or JR content aviation. More likely those would come from third parties, I think. Was this route built off an older system? No, it was just the latest tech at the time. We've got more efficient ways of building routes now, but you'd have to scrap it and start again. Right, 60 limit, leaving East Clapham Junction, heading for East Croydon, 6.9 miles. I don't know anything about sales, I'm afraid, lad. Den Baker, the 104, as noted on some of the recent roadmap streams, you should consider it not happening. That's not to say it'll never happen, but at this point the developer has got other priorities in their life, so there's not really any progress being made on it for the foreseeable future, so assume it's cancelled. You'll make a lot of people happy, actually, Chris. Except that you'll need a powerhouse machine to be able to run it, and that wouldn't run on consoles at all. I don't see any way you could make that run on consoles. Oh, Gatwick Express. Chris Robinson, random events and announcements are TSW6 and later content. There's always the possibility they'll be added retrofitted to the odd route here and there, but it's not something we got planned in as a full thing. How do you mean PIS not working for the 166? When you say PIS, what do you mean? You mean the announcements? Oh, board of the front of the train. That's probably because it's set up only for Great Western Express. I don't know whether that's something Liam has maybe looked at or not. I don't know. I don't think the Voyager has a parking brake, Holy Trucker. I wonder if it's the Todd 4 thing then, Great Western Photography. In which case it will have been fixed because everything's been upgraded for Todd 4 in the remaster. I would hang fire until the remaster comes out because I know Liam has done a lot of work on the 166 and the HST. Yeah, if it's very faint, then that suggests it's a Todd 4 issue, which, like I said, will be fixed in the remaster. Will random events and delays ruin an otherwise gold star finish? Yes. We haven't figured out a way to account for that makes any sense. So it doesn't. If you're chasing the gold star, you're going to have to turn off the random events. There should be enough flexibility in a lot of them that it shouldn't make that much of a difference. But yeah, if you're trying to platinum everything, then I would turn off the random behaviours. Again, that 4000 on Colnarkin includes AI, whereas your 1400 on Southeastern on the commuter doesn't include AI. Yep, the third rail's still got hitbox, Liam. .8 miles. I can't remember what the plan is for the GWE remaster. Pretty soonish, like I think it's this year sometime. Drop to 60. Yeah, tutorials with medals is a slightly strange thing, Scott. I have suggested to the team that we probably should just not do that. That doesn't make a lot of sense. The Santa Fe gameplay pack will get released. If you're looking for updates on stuff that's in progress, folks, come along for the roadmap on Thursday. I'm just making stuff up because I can't remember everything. Roadmap stream is exactly there to give you that information and be lots more updated information than I've got. So come along to the roadmap stream on Thursday. JD and I will take you through all the news and so forth about what's been happening and where things are. Right, coming into East Croydon. Gatwick coming through. No changes to weather effects of the train or the dynamics, no, Odinmore. No real weather related change in 6. $15 miles to Gatwick now. Get past this upstart. Just gonna munch on some cashews and then turn the microphone off. Oh, whizzing down the line now. Todd stuff is ours, Christia. Back when we started, in fact not up until very late, there was no such thing as a Todd thing in Unreal. We had to write our own. We've got our own lat long system, our own time of day system. Most of the systems are our own, because when we started in Unreal Engine 1.0, Unreal Engine 4 1.0, a lot of that stuff didn't exist. It's only in some of the very later versions of Unreal they added a Todd system of their own, which is very simple, not as comprehensive as our one, and I think they have a word coordinate system now as well. Separate away and then fly over the top of the other line. The history is here is that there were two competing companies doing the journey, and they built their own versions of the railway because they couldn't come to an agreement to share. And it was only later, when it was all amalgamated together, that these two routes were then formed as part of the one journey. Because if you look on the map, you can see it's two journeys that do the same thing, and then they rejoin down here. And it was just because they couldn't organise that out. I am running 1 Alpha 08, if you mean the train reporting number. Don't forget what we're here for today. We're here for one special day in Special Effect, raising money for this charity Special Effect. What they do is they help make it to where people, anyone can get access to gaming via whatever means they need to enable it. Basically, it's fascinating stuff. It's not just for kids. They help everybody, and no matter what the problem is, they look at all sorts of different angles. Also, folks, don't forget to like the page if you're on YouTube, so that it gets advertised to more people that YouTube thinks it would be relevant to. Never underestimate the power of the like on YouTube. It's how you tell the algorithm that this is something worth watching. Unless you think it's not worth watching, of course. I'll try not to be offended. I think the AT is the rejoin, if I remember rightly. Yeah, there's a reason that YouTubers say like, subscribe and click the notify bell. Because if you do all of those things, then the YouTube algorithm thinks, ooh, interesting. If you don't do those things, they think, oh, probably just got it in on the background. Don't really care. It. We'll merge back together again now, there or thereabouts, yep. .6 to Gatwick now. Nice, Hentis. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping in. Joshua, the only thing I can think of is that you drop a mail. I don't know enough about PlayLab to say how, but if all else fails, you could go onto our go onto our Discord, message one of the community managers and ask them to forward a message over. Or drop a message into our customer support system and ask them to forward it over to PlayLab. How is it 4 o'clock already? .7 miles, so probably be that one after the 60 limit. Got Morristown and then Frankfurt S-Bahn after this. PlayLab is not the same as the beta program, correct? Platform 7. Can you ask what PlayLab entails? So, sort of as a basic outline, for people that come into the office at least, you'd be invited into the office to come and look at something, like, you know, a bit of a game or a bit of something, you know. Sometimes it's something just in progress and sometimes it's a finished thing. And the idea is that they'll watch you playing it, they record you playing it, and they'll ask you questions, and there's an interview to get your thoughts on things. Basically to see how you get on with it. Could you figure out what to do, and what did you think about it? Was it fun? You know, those kinds of things. So it's usually on stuff like very, very, very early in development, and often before the beta team even see it. So it's kind of a short glimpse. I don't know whether or how they do the remote stuff. I assume it's over Discord, but in fact, yes, it is over Discord, I think. But it's good, actually. I've seen the output of some of the sessions, and it's really good. I think so, Phil. I think if you register, you can register for remote. I don't know how that works. Oh, can someone find the PlayLab registration URL? There was a form that you could supply. I don't know if that form is still open. A couple more of my cashews. One minute to go, roughly. K-Berg, I'll let the viewers answer that question, given I'm biased. Right, off to Haywards Heath, 11 miles. Performance hasn't notably changed, K-Berg. The new routes have perhaps been built better. People are reporting they stutter less, the graphics are better, but previous content should run about the same. There's a degree of stuttering you just can't get rid of because it's an Unreal game, unfortunately. Yeah, some people are finding the stuttering much better in DX12. Some people find it much worse in DX12, so it's worth a try. But fair to say that that aspect is going to be very similar. Caltrain coming back to TS Classic? I don't believe so, no. Miles an hour. Where are we at? £1,353.71. Dig deep, folks. We are here raising money for Special Effect on their One Special Day charity event, which is this weekend. So yeah, give it a go. Come and have a enjoy the stream. But if you can dig deep and find anything to donate, then mods can post you a Just Giving link. As you can see it on the bottom of the screen also. And we've also got on the schedule spreadsheet, there's a copy of the Just Giving link on there as well. Slide back down to 980 in a minute. That'll be for this corner. Through the tunnel and speed back up. Nigel, thanks for your time and effort supporting this wonderful charity, Matt. Thank you very much indeed, Nigel. That's very much appreciated. Amazed Taste, so there's a bug at the moment where if you ride a route that's got TSRs, it doesn't clear the TSR data structure when you do your next route. So it will get TSRs, but they'll be whatever the previous route had. Yeah, I did that one, Gav. If you go on a German route with TSRs and then you go on to an English route, it'll have German TSRs. Yeah, that bug is hopefully fixed, as are the signs being in the wrong direction. Well, complex systems, Chris, but yeah, it was a bit silly, that one. I haven't changed my camera recently. I don't know what's wrong with it. It just seems a bit rubbish. I don't know if it's just old and decrepit like me. Oh, Ouse Valley Viaduct. Is that any better? Voyager safety systems bug. What's the Voyager safety systems bug, Holy Trucker? Right, coming into Hayward's Heath. See you later, Jason. Oh, that should be fine, Holy Trucker. I wasn't aware that it was affected also on the safety systems, but if you clip emergency, if that bug was fixed like on release day. Hey there, Bailey boy. Amazed days, 30 hours into TSW6 already, wow. That's doing well. Don't know what I'm up to. 51. On this account, anyway. Oh yes, DRI is supposed to be on. Quite right. Quite right. Hey Rosie, I'm good, thank you. Scott, you're at 68. Wow. Bailey Boy, yep, London Brighton. Next step, probably Brighton. Nope, Burgess Hill. I mean, that doesn't count what I've done on my dev account. No idea what my dev account will report. Although I generally don't play for extended periods on my dev account. It's kind of like fire it up, check something, shut it down, fire it up, check something, shut it down. So it probably doesn't add up to that much in hours. Time spent waiting for the game to load though. Yeah. Oh, it made it in. Got a little bit of Spirax. Hello, that ain't gonna work. Off we go. I'm doing alright, Jab. How are you? Jab, how are you? Tomcat, next is Morristown. How's Socks and Brighton? Hey there, JP, how are you? Not bad, JP, not bad. Hey there, Loppycroft. I am on London Brighton at the moment, coming towards the end of that one actually. Oh, I missed the donation. Malcolm, Gwen. Thank you very much, Malcolm. Much appreciated. 1383.71. Almost at 1400, like £17 off it. Well, £16 and some change. Who's going to throw in the lot over to get it over 1400? My favourite add-on to develop, Tom? I honestly don't know. I mean, mostly because I'm not really the one doing the development. I'm a producer, so I'm like a manager. So other people get to do the really fun bit of making the content. But I think that all the projects have high points and low points, for various reasons in various ways at various times. Has socks and 2 miles. I need to stretch my legs though, I'll tell you. Do I have one of those UK departure boards in the office? No, to be honest, I love the idea and I looked into it, but when I last looked, you had to pay a subscription fee as well. I'm like, well, that's going to get expensive because they're not cheap as it is. So I decided not to. Why don't I do some content? So I did start the Clinchfield rework, but I just don't get a lot of time, Chris. When I'm not working, I should usually be doing things that are not work, like, other bits in the house. Hassock Station was rebuilt in 2013 as part of the National Station Improvement Programme. Very good. I know what you mean, Ica, where you've turned markers off, but then in the tutorial it turns the markers on, but then doesn't turn them back off again at the end. I feel that. I will finish it if I can get the machine back. The machine died, Chris, so I've lost access to everything I've done. Oh, I know, JP, that's the other reason I wouldn't want to buy one, is because it's like, it's not that hard to make. Stuff happens, Chris. You know, I'm going to lose any sleep over it. Hopefully, I don't think it's the drive that's died. I think it was the motherboard CPU stuff. So if they can replace that, and that restores the. Oh no, I think it was actually. I think the C drive died, but all my work is on the D drive. So if they can restore me a drive, and then I can use that to get the data back, then we're cooking with gas again. Onwards, thus to Brighton. Okay, maybe in a minute, 20 seconds. No change on scenario creator. Yeah, and my machine's been dead for a few months now, holy trucker. It's just been bottom of the priority pile, unfortunately, because I don't really need it. I've got my laptop, so it's kind of like, it was a nice to have machine, so and the IT team are regularly busy. I love Clinchfield, Scott. I've got the I've Todd Ford the route. I've gone through, I've upgraded all of the night lighting across the entire route. I've added some extra lighting around. I've changed the headlights on both the trains so that they're much more they're kind of like narrow focus out rather than being wide focus, and they go out a lot further. I fixed the banking comp bug, so the SD40 is now able to be slaved properly, and I can't remember what else I've done. So a bunch of stuff I've done so far, and I'm just trying to, that's the kind of the basics to get going really. I've then got other stuff I want to do. Super Steve, thank you very much for that donation. That's very, very much appreciated. I'm waiting for that tally to update. That should push us over 1400. Anytime, just giving. Anytime. No? Okay. It'll get there eventually. Thank you, Super Steve. Much appreciated. It was just all on my machine locally and up Long Life. We have change control, but it's if I submit it, it then becomes part of builds and things. It's kind of a primitive system. Oh, the machine can be recovered, Chris. I'm sure it can. And like I said, all the data is on the D drive, so the data is fine. It's just the boot disk that needs to come back. 1413. There you go. Thank you very much, Super Steve. It'll all come back eventually. I'm not worried. An oblong life. And if I have to do it again, honestly, it'd be a lot faster to do a second time. Not up to me, I'm afraid, Tom. I would love to, but it's complicated. Distinct game of what train and route and so forth are you running on? London Brighton's only $4 on Steam at the moment, is it? Wow, that's basically theft. Go grab it, folks. Okay, not too far out now, 1.5 miles to go. So the 150 won't actually have any announcements programmed for West Cornwall Local. The only combinations that I would expect to have them are the routes and trains on the routes and trains that they're intended to, because otherwise we haven't got the recorded announcements. So I'd be surprised if the 150 did anything on that route. Neil, an unusual amount but wanted to round it up, 14.20. Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, Luke, there's a bug with the door interlocks. Basically, open and close the cab doors. It resets the interlocks, and then you can drive it. There's Brighton. Now you have to open them and close them again, Luke. It sounds bonkers, but it works. And it's all of them, even if you haven't touched them. Open them and close them again, and that process resets the cab interlock. Are we working again? Can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me now. Yeah, the microphone finally ran out of battery. Oh, there we go. Finally got to the end and finished. Right, okay, cool. I'm going to have a quick comfort break. I will be back shortly and then we'll get on with some Morristown. So let me stick it on the BRB page. I'll be back shortly. We're back. Just cab doors, Holy Trucker. Can you hear me all right? Well, it is a bit quiet, isn't it? What about now? Is that better? Right, how about now? That's a bit more like it, isn't it? Testing 1, 2. Okay, good. Let me just show you the Voyager thing, in case you haven't seen it before. Actually, no, we need to do a free roam. Right, so spawn a Voyager. Empty. Go. Right, so go in. And what you find is that when you come in here, key in, put it in forward, and when you apply the power, it says ensure the cab doors are closed, and it won't let you do this. Well, if you've got, as long as you've got, if you happen to have player assist notifications turned on, then you'll see that. Otherwise, you won't. So let's turn the power back off again. And we open and close each door. I think, is that enough to do it? Yep, there you go. Brakes off. And away we go. That's the Voyager. Changing ends, then you want to put it in forwards, key out, max brake, so many doors on a train. It is, but most people will use a cab door and then think, oh, I shouldn't have done that. So better to just know the fix, I think. Into here, key in. Away we go. Okay, right, let's get on with Morristown. Doing train 66, which is a full-length run with the Arrow. Oh yeah. Yes, Rosie, always. Still got a red light. Why have we got a red light? Now we don't have a red light.
The next station stop is Dover. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. Station stop is Dover.
Right, we're at the very west end of the route.
The next train to stop on track 1 will be the 8:35 a.m. westbound.
55 limit, 45 on the cab signalling. Denville's next. That's the junction with the Montclair Boonton branch. Well, that's what we're doing at the moment, Tomcat, so circa an hour and a half. I mean, it depends how express the train is. Valentino, hopefully one of the mods can post you the schedule. And then you can see what I'm doing today and tomorrow. Mix of all sorts of stuff, basically. It has come off really well, hasn't it, Morgan? Credit to the beta testers, actually. Gave us a lot of guidance about what was important, what wasn't important.
The next station stop is Denville. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Denville.
Denville. It wasn't bad though, you know. Yeah, technically an overshoot, but not one anyone would worry about. Please watch the gap. What gap? Signalling still holding us back. No plans to update older routes and trains with train faults. No, Carol fan. Maximum speed on this, I think, is like 90, isn't it? Can't remember. I gather there was an aborted plan to upgrade them to 100 miles an hour, but it didn't pan out. Go! Put it in suppression to cancel the alarm, that's it. I'll make a note of that one, Scott. Oh, stop looking at other things now. Yeah, writing into my tablet while trying to drive is not a good idea. Back up to 60 again.
The next station stop is Morris Plains. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
I was looking at my tablet because of chat, JP. Mr. Train Guy, the Arrow is pretty easy to drive, yeah. No, we worked with Fanrailer. from YouTube to get the sounds for this one.
This station stop is Morris Plains.
I think FanRailer took a number of different trips out, and then our audio team did their best to try and do what they could with the sound he was able to get, and it actually ended up working out really, really well. Morristown. At least with the door open, it's keeping this room turning into an oven. Oop, headlight fuse is tripped. Fix that at the next station. After this, looking at Frankfurt S-Bahn, Mr. Train Guy. And a pantograph has dropped. Slow down for the station.
The next station stop is Morristown. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Morristown.
Okay, so off to the next one. Convent. Can't remember. Nearly there. Oh, it's really frustrating. Why am I so tired? Going to Paris next week for 3 days. It's only my second time. Looking forward to it.
The next station stop is Convent Station. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
I think ATS added the Voyager onto the Manchester Airport route, so I think it's just the communication of that perhaps got missed out, which is why it wasn't announced. Eurostar Tomcat. It's only my second ride on the Eurostar, so I'm quite looking forward to it. First one I loved. So much. It takes longer to go, obviously, via the train than the plane, but it's just so much more comfortable. I've got my Steam Deck all prepped and ready to go, you know, to drive trains on the train. Madison, 2 miles. What's the stopping pattern anyway? Madison, Chatham, Summit, Short Hills, Melbourne. Okay, yep, we are all stops. There will definitely be a cheeky bit of something, JP. I haven't decided what yet. Eurostar's 186 miles per hour, Matty. 300 kilometers an hour. New York subway would be very, very difficult to do in TSW because of the sheer number of stations, the volume of traffic. It would be a mess. Oh, maybe it was a test then. I don't know is the answer to that, Ben. That'd be a question for ATS at some point, maybe.
The next station stop is Madison. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
No plans to go back and add livery designer to older locos, no, Loopycraft.
station stop is Medicine.
Doors. Reminder, folks, we are here to raise money for Special Effect and their efforts to help everyone be able to game regardless of your ability. Donations are available on Just Giving. URLs at the bottom of the screen, and the moderators can share your link in the chat. All donations welcome regardless of size. It all helps, it all makes a difference, and thank you very much. Chatham, or Chatham. It's 374s pretty much these days, Tom, I think. There's not that many 373s left that I've seen. They are still around, but not that many. I rode the 373 for the evacuation trails when HS1 was getting close to completion. And then my trip last time to Paris was 374. Both very comfortable, to be fair. Hey Bolt, how's it going? Yes, I'm doing great actually.
The next station stop is Chatham. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Chatham. Oh, when was Nuno there? I'm not in the office a lot at the moment, Bolt, because of my high blood pressure. I'm not allowed to drive, so I'm working predominantly from home. But if I know someone's coming, I will make the effort to go in.
This station stop is Chatham.
Dinner time. It is odd that Stratford International is called Stratford International, isn't it? They could have called it Stratford High Speed, you know. Probably politics. The Arrow is cool train. I like the Arrow. Summit is next. No, Matty, Stratford was never planned to have international stopping services. Ebbsfleet did. Ebbsfleet being called international makes total sense because it did have international services and may yet again at some point. Stratford has never and will never have international stopping services. It's not kitted out for it as far as I know. It was there for javelin services, hence the Olympic name. To high-speed runs between London and the Olympics in Stratford. Hey Eddie! Oh, it's great to drive the best train in the game, and you're not going to get any argument from me. Do I like Formula One? I don't follow it that much. I wouldn't say I dislike Formula One. My wife watches it occasionally. Oh, AS and KH, thank you very much. Honk for charity. Thank you very much, AS and KH. Much appreciated. Wow, tantalisingly close to 1500 now. Who's going to be tempted? Yeah, my young Cameron liked Formula One at one point. I don't know if he follows it anymore. Sarita likes Formula One, doesn't really religiously follow it, but it's just occasionally it gets inflicted on me. I find it boring to watch. I got to be honest. I know it has the platforms, JP, but do they have all of like the international receiving facilities and passport control and all that stuff? For a while I used to play the F1 Sims, but it's kind of like when you get to a certain point you start to really need to be a good driver to carry on, and I'm a rubbish Formula 1 driver, so I stopped and realised that games like Wreckfest are definitely much more where my skill set is at. JP has in fact been on the receiving end of my DirectFest skill set.
Please watch the gap.
My favourite train on TSW, that would be probably the Arrow, the Class 395 would be my favourite train still. Although this is a close second. Summit Station. Forgot to actually stop. But it's okay, we stopped.
This station.
And most of the train is in. Yeah, that's fine. No plans to add announcements to older routes at this point, Sly Raccoon. Might happen in the future maybe, but there are no plans. Mario Kart for your racing fix, Scott. Nice. Favourite diesel loco? Oh, I don't know. Does the ALP 45 count? That is quite fun. A Euro Light or a Euro Deal would be good, to be honest, Bolt. We can do standing passages now, yeah, Urban Fox. The Bakerloo line has them. It just needs to be set up and then animated accordingly. No, Delta could just be a loco, Tom. It would just be really odd on its own. So you need to have coaches. I think the problem, or the challenge there, is Just Trains have made the coaches. So you'd be remaking brand new coaches which already exist and no one wants. And that'd be expensive. So it's kind of in a weird place, and to be honest, Just Trains are doing a great job with the 1980s, 1990s kind of era. I'm quite happy to leave them to it, to be honest. It's their expertise, so there's some core functionality missing from the game to make Ebola work. Slow Raccoon, until we can get that done, then it wouldn't be there. What I don't want to end up with is an Ebola system which requires either a ton of setup on each route you want to run it on, or it just adds a load of extra work. It kind of needs to be automated. One of the problems is that the hectometer boards are not track linked currently, so they're just pure scenery, and you need them track linked really, so that the Ebola system could read all the hectometer boards and use that to place everything correctly along the route. But yeah, so we need to work out if there's an automated way we could track link all of the hectometer boards. That's one of the problems. Melbourne. See you later, Urban Fox. what is a bueller, it's kind of like what is up ahead of the train in terms of speed limits, signals and so forth, and it's just like one of the screens that has this. It means you can drive without any route knowledge almost. You can, because you can see what's coming up and where you are and so forth. It's really, really useful.
The next station stop is Milburn. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
That'll be Ebola. Jonathan, oh, thank you very, very much for that donation, Jonathan. Wow, that's brilliant. Thank you very much. That puts us at 1572, which means there's still an opportunity for a modest donation to take us up to 1600. Thank you, Jonathan. Shut doors. No, absolutely not, ECM. Definitely not. Better. Maplewood. It's all very stop-start, this bit of the route. They're relatively close together, the stations, a couple of miles apart. Oh, I'm busting. I cannot wait for the TS controllers hardware to get here. I'm so excited about that. Yeah, thrash up to 70 and then slam on the brakes.
The next station stop is Maplewood. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Maplewood.
This station stop is Maplewood.
Well, once the hardware gets here, which I think will be Friday. Excuse me. Jeez. I'm going to do some videos on it, Chris. Show how it works with TSW, what the hardware does, and then you can see it maybe in a bit more depth. Thank you. Get doors closed. South Orange. It was pretty substantial and a little bit scary, JP. But you know what? I'm worth it. The bruising from my wife may go down at some time. I treat myself occasionally, you know. It's for science, right? When I went to the Greatest Gathering, I said to Streeter, I said, just to forewarn you, there's a very good chance this is going to be quite an expensive trip. And then I left straight away.
The next station stop is South Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Hey there, Peppy and me fan. Good to see you also. I'm going to be doing the PEP tomorrow night. Bit of Cathcart with the 314. See you later, Joffanon.
Station stop is South Orange.
Oh, actually, we've been driving without headlights, haven't we? That one's on. That one. And that one. Oops. Thanks for that 1232 Frank. Good to see you here. Off to Orange. Hey there, it's UK Gamer. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. How about yourself? You're judging me, Eddie.
The next station stop is Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Another arrow on the other side.
This station stop is Orange.
Right, where to next? Big Church, and then Newton, Newark, yeah. Signals get all funky here for a minute. Yeah, the arrow 3 is nice and easy, isn't it, John?
The next station stop is Brick Church. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
I'm looking forward to the 101, Matty. It's like everything's hard there. It's fun to drive. Brick Church Lane. Just takes practice, Super Steve. Thing to remember is to look at your equalizing reservoir. That's the one that you're controlling, and not be fooled by looking at the other ones. Look at the equalizing reservoir and then sort of realize, well, this much, if I go down to 100 or down to 90 on the equalizing reservoir, that's what it means, and then you can just use that. You also, the other good thing to remember is that US brakes have a quick service, a minimum service application. And so if you just flip it into service and straight back into hold, you'll get a minimum service application, which might be enough. if you just want a gentle break. Okay, Newark Broad Street, 2.8 miles. I think we go through some fun signalling on the way. Dropped down shortly to 35. Speed now held down around all the curbs. So remember that if it comes to it, you can always use the map and just delete trains that are in the way. It usually means there's one that's stuck or something daft.
The next station stop is Newark Broad Street. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Slowing down to 30. Signal drop. No. Good. Good for 30. Got 46 sitting over there. Is that a 45? Oh, that's a 45. Hasn't done its power switch yet.
This station stop is...
Oh, it has now. Right, special instruction 1005 doesn't apply to us, so we're good. Looks like it's okay. $30 limit. That's it. Get the upgrades. We're crossing the northeast corridor soon. Have I ever been to New York before? I've looked at New York from Newark at the airport, and that's about as close, Matty. I think one of my international changeover flights going to Florida was, or Tennessee was Newark. But that's as close as I've been to New York. Closest that is what's going on. At least given we're in an electric this time and not a diesel, we're actually allowed up to the full 75. Meadows. Just got it in the oven, Hannah. Super Steve, if you're in an Alp 45, then yes, you need to be in diesel mode, leaving Newark Broad Street. Hey there, CKLS. Hunter's chicken. Ooh, probably one of my favourite chicken dinners. Good, good, good. Barbecue sauce just makes everything better, right? Phil slow roasting ribs for 6 hours. My word. I had a bottle of Y food, so there you go. Hello. On the 45, sneaking out over there. Hey, you know what? Ready meals is still a meal, Hannah. Every time I think, oh, this is really slow, I say to myself, but it's not Atlantic Terminal on Long Island Railroad, and I feel relieved. I've still got some pink digestives left, JP. run down to 15. Probably going to get dropped in speed up here. Oh, you steady on with that 40 miles per hour TSR in your 08, Scott. Jeez, steady on. Accidents can still happen, you know, man. I don't think a TSR ever really bothers an 08, does it? Because I mean, I think the lowest TSR is 15. Well, I guess in reality there might be some down to 5.
Hoboken. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
And then we'll get departure from PTC in a minute. Then all the bells and alarms and whistles and God knows what go off. Ultimate Gaming, it's not up to me, I'm afraid. Nothing to do. I've got no powers there, I'm afraid. There we go. End of PTC. Oh, 45 leaving. The team have been a bit busy, to be fair, this week, so you may just have to wait. They'll get to you as soon as they can.
This station stop is Hoboken.
Right. Okay, I'm going to stretch my legs real quick again before we get on to the next one. The next one being Frankfurt X-Bahn in the BR430. Right, I will be right back. I'm going to put a video on and I'll be back before it finishes.
Jada's always wanted to play computer games but never been able to. Jada's got cerebral palsy and finds fine motor skills very difficult, so the hand controls were extremely difficult.
As I got older, my muscles get weaker to the point where I can no longer use a controller. I found them by searching through Google. I watched some of the videos from what they'd done before. And I thought, yeah, they could possibly get me gaming again.
Games are important to me because after having more than 10 years without them, thanks to the guys at SpecialEffect, they put me back onto it again. Now I've got something to look forward to every day.
Games are important to me because, like other kids, I can't go out and play football, so I do it on a computer screen, which probably sounds completely nerdy, but it's good because I get the same amount of fun that they do.
For me, playing video games is about escapism, about being away from reality and work and the problems of life. and being able to do something that I enjoy and find very relaxing. If it wasn't for playing video games, I would find it very difficult to do other things due to my disability and my physical limitations.
Special effects help me to have lots of fun with my computer. I can't do a lot by myself, but I can play video games on my own, which gives me a good sense of independence and achievement.
Robert had 3 months in intensive care, and to give him mental stimulation during that time was huge in coping with his condition.
He uses his eyes as the mouse to direct things on the screen, so he can play games and make choices and select music. And the communication's been really important as well. He was able to tell me that he loved me for the first time. I'd never heard that from him, so it's been brilliant because he has very little control of his environment and it's something he can do himself.
Like with all young children, Matthew wants to play alongside his brothers, and in the past it's been a bit of a restrictive process. He kind of relied on somebody playing it for him. Now with the equipment that we've got, he's able to get involved, play his brothers and also play against his friends.
Games, I think, for people are a release. It's helped me, I suppose, mentally deal with a few things because it's no longer the limitations of me. For example, I can kind of run, but I can't run to the level I was before. Whereas in a video game, I no longer have that limitation. I can run, I can do whatever everyone else can do. So I am normal.
Once Daddy got the equipment, that was her off, and her words were, "I'm now a gamer," and she's been playing it and having a time of her life.
It made my life a lot better. Yeah, they've been really brilliant.
So having help all the way along, that is really, really important. And just to know what else is out there, so to be sharing what else you can do and have other suggestions was great. So I've just finished my degree and I managed to get a first, which I was really, really pleased with. And now I'm looking to pursue a career in law. I'd never sort of thought all this was possible, and it's certainly really been possible with the help and support of a huge number of people like Special Effect really.
If I unmute the microphone, that'll be even better. Superb. Right, everything I said was actually amazing. There were some real insights for life in what I just said, and wow, everyone missed it. So yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. Right. Anyway, Frankfurt. S-Bahn, 4:30. S9 35915. Welcome back, Rob. I am going to mute occasionally because I started an apple and then realised I ran out of time. Right, let's get going. I haven't driven this thing in forever, probably since the preview stream. Cool. Well, one of the things I did in my little break was I refilled my water bottle. And food, I've been having the waifu drinks all day, so I'm all set like that. I'm sneaking in an apple every now and again. I've got some cashews here as well. Wiesbaden. So what we shared, I shared the video earlier on from Special Effect. That's what we're raising money for. Just Giving link is down there, and also the moderators I think posted it during the course of the video. Feel free if you ever need the link during the stream, if you're so inspired, very gratefully, then our moderator will be happy to share the link. The link is also at the top of the schedule spreadsheet as well. Which again, a moderator can give you a link to if you want to know what I'm doing for the next 2 days. Well, a day and a half now. Right, so we're kind of leaving Wiesbaden, we're on Frankfurt S-Bahn. I believe we're aiming for Frankfurt. Wiesbaden Ost. Oh dear, my nose has decided to go funny. The heck kind of TSR is that? Oh, it's because I was just driving a route with a TSR on it, Morristown. So this would be an American TSR. Mainz Castell. I picked this one because it kind of wobbles all over the room. So it goes up there, I think we cross over down here, and then we go round over here and then up there. Kind of wibbles and wobbles and wanders all over the room. Roadmap is Thursday, OBNV. Kilometers an hour. It's got a nice mix to it, Super Steve, in terms of many smaller journeys, essentially. You want to see more US routes? What kind of routes, low tech? Monitor said it needs me to press a button in 5 minutes. I don't know where any of the buttons are on this bloomin' monitor. Hang on. Not on that side. Not on that side. Not on the top. Not on the front. Not on the bottom. There are no buttons on this bloomin' monitor. Oh well, never mind. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Shine a light on it, see if I can find buttons. Nope. Yeah, I've got no idea where they are. This is a monitor, JP. Pair of 4K monitors, but I've only relatively newly got them, so I don't know where anything is on them. Oh, this is us crossing over to take the to hop the lines. Back right, not on the back left. If there's any buttons on the bottom. Oh, here we go. What's that? I don't know. It's a button. It passes the test. No idea what it does. Sort of felt a bit like a joystick thing in the middle bottom. Hey Kevin, how are you? It's a button that says makes the press a button go thing go away, so we're happy. It's all good. At some point I should go and find out what make these monitors are. They're LGs, and get a manual downloaded for them. I'm not bad, Kevin. I'm not bad. Enjoying the stream. We've raised £1,572 and 10p, which is amazing. And we're on our way to Mainz Bischofsheim. Bischofsheim. Oh, I don't know. Matt murders German pronunciation. Let's just put the word pronunciation in there so it doesn't trigger too many word sensors. Oh, it's a common LG thing, is it, Hannah? Okay, good. Has to be said, you know, otherwise these are cracking pair of monitors. I've got a third one down there, but because it came as a triple, but the this machine's only got 2 monitors on it because the other 2 are on the other PC over here. My plan is to put the third one on my laptop, but I ain't got around to it yet. Let us away. What? What did I get wrong there? Was I on PZB and I forgot? Yeah, oops, ECM, that's pretty much, it's quite accurate. Low tech, I'm just using my keyboard. I bet that looks pretty good, Phil. 4K on a 60-inch TV. Rüsselsheim Opelwerk. That's where we're approaching now. Den, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated. Let's get going. Rüsselsheim now. Done it again, haven't I? Oh, I literally just started now, Bob. Literally just started. I went outside and that was enough, really. There is not a single person that knows this dog, and most people would disagree. One flying through. precisely didn't help at all. There's nothing stopping me from accelerating. So quit arguing. Braunheim. One of our guys on the team desperately wants to see the Medway Valley line being Alberto. Be fine. Stop panicking. On the money. Yes. Told ya. Kilsterback. Where are we now? We're up there. Bappy Cow, thank you for the donation. And that takes us, well, I don't know where that took us to. Oh, 1599.99. Wow. Thank you, Bappy Cow. And then someone got in there with an anonymous at 30, which pushed it over again. So 1629.99. So thank you both very, very much indeed for those donations. That's amazing. The sum total will figure its life out in a minute. I think every time it queries back on Just Gaming, it gets like a different answer. Come on, update, get it right this time. That's better. Yeah, thank you both very much. That's really good. Rapidly winging our way towards 2000 now. Some thrash. K-Railfan, I would suggest you pop onto the official Discord and ask that question. Ping one of the community managers, and then they can go and find out from the retail team and get your proper answer on that one. I thought they were available, you see, so... AI's not going anywhere anytime soon, Chris. What is going to happen is the bubble's going to burst and it's going to send a few businesses under, unfortunately, because it's not sustainable. BBK, refer to earlier message. I can't see that now, but thank you, BBK. That was tremendous. Thank you. Doubly so, because that's your second one. Yeah, I think much like, you know, the .com bubble and things like that, at some point the bubble's going to pop for AI, and that's not going to be pretty. I saw some stats that the AI bubble is bigger than just about any other bubble, that tech bubble that's happened. We basically already don't, Matty. We basically already don't know what's real. You know, you can have bad AI videos, but if you rule out bad AI videos, there are plenty of, you know, AI is capable of making good videos. There are some YouTube videos I watch every now and again, or get, and they're like podcasty type things, and I have to look at them twice to think, no, that's definitely an AI. Is it? Is that an AI? I think it might be an AI. You know, it's an interesting place. I also saw this. Have you seen Notebook LM? Notebook LM is absolutely stunning. It's a Google thing. It's free, and you go onto it, and one of the things you can do is like give it a load of reference. So I gave it a dozen of the first TSW6 videos that I found on YouTube. Just linked it to gave it the links to the videos, and then I told it to do me a summary, and it basically kicks out in about 8 minutes to 10 minutes. A podcast of two people chatting about the contents, you know, about what's going on in these videos and who's saying what, and picking out quotes and calling them out. And I was just like, wow, this is actually pretty decent in terms of it's fairly accurately captured the general sentiment that these videos are putting forward. That's incredible. And then there's got this other mode where you can interact with it. It's interactive. You can dial into this thing essentially and ask it questions, and they'll make stuff up on the fly to respond to your question. It's incredible. Oh yeah, Hannah's got you right. AI is very, very frequently used to mean smart algorithm. I mean, even LLMs are barely AI. Chris, I've kind of taken the view that AI is here, and burying your head in the sand about it isn't going to make it go away. So might as well see what it can do for you, and also then use that knowledge to help educate others about, you know, where they're going the wrong way with it. Yeah, AI is similar to what used to be smart. Yeah, you're right, actually. It is very much a brand, isn't it? I'm really impressed with what people are able to do with it. I'm also quite disturbed by what people can do with it. There's also a bunch of stuff it can't really do, and there's a bunch of stuff it's not doing. You know, it's like you have a conversation with GPT and people think, wow, it's intelligence. Like, really isn't. It's ChatGPT, like any LLM, is just a next word guesser. You know, it's essentially just a next word guesser. And it's just very, very good. Yeah, I've got a llama running on this machine, in fact, Coxcat. Yeah, if you haven't had a play with Notebook LM, I recommend having a look at just a play, just to understand what it can do. It's pretty incredible. I think 5 is better, JP, but yeah, I mean, like any AI, like any real person, they wander. Where are we? Heading our way back onto the main. It was S-Bar, it was the airport underground, if I remember rightly. I'm all about 100% power. There is no subtlety. No, I think the people using it for companionship is disturbing, but it wouldn't be the first time that humanity was disturbing. And won't be the last. There's a certain inevitability about that, though, isn't there, Dara? How do German looks at night? German routes look at night. Kind of, it depends on the route. Some of them are better than others. I imagine this one looks quite good actually, being one of the newer ones, and also being generally in very built-up areas. Oh, I swear, blowing my nose does absolutely no good at all. I see. Phil, another one. Thank you very much, Phil. Putting us up to 1800. Thank you very much indeed, Phil. Peter Edmonds, putting us up to 1830. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Phil. 170 left to go for 2000. That's epic. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, we use ChatGPT at work, TextCat, for odd things. I guess we haven't really got a specific thing to use it for, and it's specifically banned from using it for anything that goes in the product, with the exception of 11 Labs, because that's based on real people's voices that are being paid for. It's just the big challenge for me with anything. There's two issues with AI from a creative element. Is the big one is knowing that what you're using has been ethically sourced. You know, and a lot of the image creator stuff hasn't. And then there's also, you know, I still think that real human beings should do real art. You see, there is actually something I read, because I'm very concerned about copyright as well, JP, because you could argue that AI could only generate the thing it generated because of my input to it, so the prompt, and therefore there is legality. You could copyright the prompt, and by extension potentially copyright the created work as a derivative of the prompt. But it is actually in law that AI produced content cannot be copyright at all. Dare say that's going to be challenged. Station and onboard announcements, Tomcat, was done with 11 Labs, which is AI. But the way that it works is that real people will record their voice on the system, and then their system effectively uses AI to regenerate their voices and use their voices in clever ways. So it's kind of, it's still real people, it's just with a really clever way of using those things. So I'm not convinced that that bit of the thing is AI. They call it AI all over the 11 Labs website, so we treat it as such. But I think the AI is, because you can generate voices with 11 Labs. So it's so yeah, I don't know. I mean, we always treat it like it is AI. Oh, I've lost where my brain was going with that one. Never mind. You know what I meant. I mean, we always treat the 11 Lab stuff as fully AI for the purposes of declaring it as AI, if that makes sense. It's worth looking up 11 Labs and having a look at what it does. It's incredibly clever. I've not found any GIS data I'd want to create track from, Chris, if I'm honest. So if you've got a better source, then by all means point us at it. But none of the GIS data I've seen is worth looking at. It's kind of okay from Google Maps perspective and things like that, but when it comes to laying track, it's not accurate enough and not detailed enough, and in many cases wrong. I mean, for example, we know that on shut up. I know on Open Railway Map, the track plan for Altoona is from Train Sim Classic, because when we went to build that route, Horseshoe Curve, there was very little there, and it was really quite badly wrong. So we went ahead and built the route, and then shortly after the route was released, the person who laid the track, Rob, went and had a look, and someone had reversed it back into into Open Railway Maps. Just kind of like, you don't know where this stuff has come from, and you there's no guarantee it's right. So there's no substitute for doing the research and figuring it out yourself, which is the way we've always done it. But then there's other things we've found where, like, junctions are missing, lack of gradient information, so tracks that are not quite on the same height, that stuff's important. We'll have to see what it does to the music. I'm sure that synthesizers caused a similar upheaval on the music business. I think it's safe to say it will certainly change things. I don't know if it will destroy it, but it's definitely going to change things. And that may not be for the better for some people, for sure. West Coast Main Line South with a 378, because I thought I'd be a bit different. I know my wife's involved in. I don't know if anybody here knows the word EMOM, electronic music open mic. She's involved in some of that, and they've had some quite vigorous discussions about AI and the devil within. But I think it's surprising to see how many places AI is cropping up, and it may not even be obvious anymore, where you find people are sneaking it in and using it for bits and pieces, generating sound samples with it. Yes, substituting in. I don't think you're ever going to be able to stipulate what a tool should or should not be able to be used for, Chris. I tend to agree. I think art is what we should be bringing to the picture. AI should be solving the mundane, not us solving the mundane while AI does the art. That's weird. Okay, we need to go over here. Right, we're all on. I find it really interesting actually that even our artists sometimes use AI to do some of the artwork, and if we ever spot it we have to get them to redo it. It's just like, of all the people that shouldn't be using it, and we shouldn't have to tell not to use it. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, but my wife's a sound engineer, Peter, so I I know a bit more about what's involved in that. She's got an Allen and Heath Q5 sitting in the living room, and yeah, totally. These things are they cost money. Yeah, I certainly we certainly. My wife goes to it. I don't go to music gigs because I don't like loud music and I don't like live music. Sorry, it's my brain, it doesn't work properly. But Sarita goes to live gigs all the time and loves it. She'll also make sure as well that she buys merch or CD directly off them, you know, if they've got like a stand at the event, so that you know as much of that money as possible has actually gone to the musicians. I'll pass that on, Peter. She'll be happy to hear that. No crashes. I get the odd freeze just as the game is trying to catch up. Sarita mostly goes and sees a band called Water Parks for as much as she can. But there's several bands locally that she likes to go and see. In fact, Ollie was my youngest was down from university yesterday to go to the local club and meet up with some people from the area. She hasn't seen since she went off. He went off. 11 Labs is incredibly impressive, Tomcat, and I haven't even looked at their new version of. They've got a new model, version 3, which is supposed to be even better, but it was always very good. It's expressive. You can even get models which have got breathing sounds in, which is just phenomenal. But what I like about 11 Labs is someone gets paid, right? I'm a big fan of that. If we want to use someone's voice, they get paid for it by the word of what we used. I think that feels like a positive ecosystem. What are we on at the moment anyway? Are we going to make it out of here so I can see? Better. The other thing I like about 11 Labs is that people still retain control over their voice. So like for example, if I submitted my voice up to 11 Labs for people to use, and then I decide I don't want it to be there anymore, I can take it off. You know, some sites tend to be you've sold us your soul, you've given us your soul now, you can't take it off. Something else just to be really, really careful of, by the way, when it comes to AI, there's a really phenomenal looking game that's been released, and I can't remember the name of it now. But this game you're having a conversation, so you're actually using your voice like a video call. You're having a conversation with this character, and she's crash landed on a planet, and you have to try and help her survive and escape and so forth, just by providing advice and suggesting things for her to do over this. And it's really, really clever because it's all powered by LLMs and all sorts of things, all the AI stuff. And you'd be tempted to get it downloaded and have a play with it. The problem is, if you read the end user license agreement for the game, and who looks at those? I only looked because somebody commented on it in one of the reviews. In the end user license agreement, they are saying that you give them permission to take all of your data, including your voice, and use it to train new AI models. So you are giving them permission to recreate your voice, is what that means. That's terrifying, and that's not in the obvious it's not obvious that that's going to happen. You're downloading a video game from Steam and playing a video game. So be careful where you send your voice, folks. If you're talking into something, you might be giving them what they need to recreate your voice. And you look at 11 Labs. 11 Labs can create a recreation of your voice with about half an hour of your voice. Yeah, if you use one of its training programs, it can recreate your voice in about 30 minutes. Bit late on that stop. Oh well. Yes, I think we are, Liam Bell, if my memory serves. Oh no, Inzoi's fine, Liam. I mean, I don't even use the AI features in Inzoi. I mean, it's more that the game is boring, to be frank. The Sims is still more fun than Inzoi. It's the same postcode. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Exactly my point. They still speak with the same accent. We can't be that far away. Oh, I don't use the face tracking stuff, Liam. I've not even seen that. Inzoi is what happens when hardcore sim developers come together to create a life simulation and no one reminds them it also has to be a fun game as well. That's my hot take on that. Because it is quite a detailed, accurate life simulation. It's just not fun. I must admit, I've not played their new DLC. Sims 4 is bloomin' hilarious. Well, that's one of the problems with simulation generally, Bapikal, from an entertainment perspective, you know, when you're trying to recreate it in video games, is the fact that sometimes life is incredibly boring. And sometimes there is fun in that, but more often there isn't. And so what you need to do is distill the fun elements out and work out how you create, use reality and throw in fun bits, which again is what Sims does really, really well, with sort of, you know, the zany stuff that goes on in there. I was doing something with I had like a single bloke, and he was doing some various things, and he got zapped by sucked up into an alien mothership, and when he came back he was pregnant. I mean, come on. So threw my storyline out the window and we had a new storyline to play all of a sudden. I kind of want to turn that feature off though, that does get annoying. Hey, iPad kid. Well, exactly, Bob. Exactly. Yeah, I must admit I'm tempted by Adventure Awaits. The venue stuff looks really interesting. I've got a fair few Sims packs. I don't have all of them, but I've got a fair few of them. I didn't get the nature one, the Nature Calls, or whatever they call it, whatever that one is. I didn't get that one yet. No, guarding role hasn't changed, iPad kid. I mean, if you want to be a little bit vindictive, you make a swimming pool, you get them in the swimming pool, and then make it to where they can't get out of the swimming pool anymore. I played Planet Coaster a while ago, Matty. It's been a long time since I played Planet Coaster, though. I mean, I've probably got a different view on that to you, Gracie, but fair enough. I was never that big into the coaster side of things, even when, because I used to play, I played Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 all the way through to the finish. Absolutely addicted to it, loved it, every minute of it. But I wasn't that interested in the Tycoon side of it. It was more the theme park side of it and so forth. And when I was playing Planet Coaster, I was like, oh, this is for people, this is more aligned for people who want to make these cool coasters, and I'm terrible at that. Really terrible at that. iPad Kid, it's kind of made the way the way that you make your model railway. You know, you start with a green baseboard and you put some track down, and then you fly around and you place all the scenery where you want it to be. TOC, I think this is the 378 substituting for the 710. I'm using stock download on PC, so I would assume it's available on the PS5. Oh, that new ship sim does look really good, doesn't it, Matty? And it's about time we had a decent ship simulator, since there hasn't been ship sim in so long. Seafarers or something like that, is it? Hey, Bad Guy. How you doing, Steve? I mean, you can use Google Earth as an overlay, but it's not going to do the scenery for you. You've still got to lay all the scenery. It just can help you make it more of a tracing exercise. The biggest problem with using Google Earth actually is it gives you too much data, and you can find yourself spending weeks and weeks and weeks on a small area, and then making something which runs at tiny wrong FPS because it's just built wrong. Yeah, I'll have to download Flight Sim onto my PlayStation and have a play with it, see how it compares to running Flight Sim on the Xbox. Oh, I don't play TS Classic at all, Kerry. I haven't booted up TS Classic in years. I live and breathe TSW these days. Oh, sorry to hear that, Steve. Hopefully things improve for you soon, and for your grandmother. iPad Kid, I mean, across the entire collection, nothing. But it adds new features which are used in the new content predominantly. So if you don't have the new content, then it won't change any of your existing content, iPad Kid. But if you get like Riviera Line, then you'll notice it's got all the platform announcements and on-train announcements and so forth. What I would say to anybody here is whether you like TSW6 or whether you can't see the value proposition for it yet, get the free starter pack. it's free, but it's only free for about another 5 more weeks. And when it's gone, it's gone. So, yeah, download that, or sorry, download it then remove it. You don't have to install it properly. Once you've claimed it, it's yours to keep. The reason I say that is because when the free starter pack finally disappeared on TSW5, we had lots of people saying, "Oh no, I wanted that, but I hadn't a reason to download it yet." Don't wait, get it now. TSW6 has already had its full release, and no, it won't be free. It's only the starter pack is free. I was always tempted by Lawn Mowing Simulator, Matty. I was always tempted, but I never did get it. Yep, TSW5 data gets transferred to 6, and also anything you bought in 5 gets transferred to 6 as well, so you don't have to re-buy DLC or anything. It'll all get moved over. Wembley Central. What's the plans for TSW6, that transporter guy? Well, funny you should ask that. There's a roadmap stream coming up on Thursday where you can get some answers. Or not, depending on what you want to know. Oh yeah, indeed, Steve, indeed. The download size is a pain. Not a lot I can do about it, unfortunately. Bob Kent is absolutely right. Let's not forget that we're here for charity. We're here for a great cause, Special Effect. Donation, it's there on the screen, or a moderator can send you the link. Or if you've got the schedule, it's at the top. A moderator can send you a link to the schedule as well. And yeah, any amount of donation is absolutely appreciated. Let's keep donating for this great cause. I don't have the new remaster on here, Cian. What's the best feature of TSW6? For me, it's the announcements. I think they're amazing. Well, keep it up time. What's going on? North Wembley next. Yeah, the pre-cache systems don't really work. We've actually looked into some options on the pre-cache side of things, and It was going to add hours to the boot time of the game. I kid you not. Because the game, partly because the game isn't using DX12, but also there's something to do with, I don't really understand the technicalities of it, but pre-shared objects, which is PSO caching, is what a lot of games are doing. Apparently the way that we do things, PSO caching doesn't really help us, or something like that. But none of that's available unless you're on DX12 anyway, and we don't officially support DX12 currently, so before we do anything we need to get that fixed, really. Bob, do you remember that time I tricked everybody? You loving the Riviera route? Yeah, Tok, it's really good, isn't it? It's definitely a player favourite. South Kenton. Yeah, I've been tempted to get the team to look into Vulkan and see whether that offers any options. I have to see. These things all take time, unfortunately. TSW6 is available as a free starter pack, iPad Kid. And it will bring, if you install TSW6 free starter pack, it will bring across anything you own in TSW5 into that. What you won't get is Riviera Line, Morristown, and Leipzig Dresden. Yeah, DX12 is hit and miss. I gather there are problems in Livery Designer with DX12, and the some people were finding it ran a lot worse, and some people were finding it ran a lot better. So it's not our decision, Andy. T53, that's not our decision, and it may be added in the future. I've no idea. Again, not our decision. I must admit, at some point, Peter, I do want to take the wife and I on a trip to those the Mark 1 coaches, that hotel place, near Dawlish, I think they are, or Dawlish Warren, is it? Well, whose decision it is, Chris? It's Microsoft Game Pass, right? I'm still not sure what I think about the price increases on Game Pass. It's like going from $14.99 to $22.99. That's a big jump. Yeah, the castles will be gone very, very soon. I think by the end of the year, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I like Game Pass a lot, but it's starting to get expensive at that kind of price. So they've added. So for all of the plans, there's now PC Game Pass and Cloud Game Pass in the plan, as well as Xbox Game Pass. Previously, I think PC was its own thing, or you had the Ultimate one. I've got the Ultimate one, which is the one that's gone up to $22.99. I mean, for your $22.99, you get something like 400 games available. You know, so it's not to sniff at. He says with a full nose, I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily a bad deal. I just think it changes it in a way that you need to sit and think about if that's still right for your finances. I've got no plans to dump it. Oh no, I don't prefer to own at all, Steel Airship. Not at all. I feel no desire to own video games at all. They're all digital anyway. I've not bought boxed games in years. Because I don't have places to put them. So, and I generally, once I've finished playing a game, I never play it again. And quite often, you get a few years down the line, the game won't boot anymore anyway. Arrow and Wheelstone. End of the line for the Bakerloo. Yeah, they have added more to the catalogue in terms of games. They've also brought on Ubisoft Plus Classics, so you get the entirety of the EA Play collection as well, which is really good. You get the entirety of the Ubisoft Plus Classics. Obviously, everything that's been added to the stuff, the companies they bought, so Activision, Blizzard, all that stuff is on there. And on the Ultimate Collection, you also get everything day one, immediately. What games am I into other than simulation? Well, I play a lot of The Sims, but there's technically simulation, I guess? I don't know. I don't know if it is. I really enjoy Fallout 4, and at some point I want to do New Vegas, but we'll see. It's a time sink, though, unfortunately. What else have I been playing? Empyrean. I quite like the survival games. So like Subnautica's, the Subnautica series, absolutely adore those. Easily one of my favourite games ever made. Yeah, I'm not really deep into the fantasy TOC. I'm like Skyrim and Elden Ring and that sort of thing. I'm more into the sort of the sci-fi type of things, which is why Fallout appeals more. I did briefly play Skyrim for a bit, but just couldn't get into it. not just played Fallout, I finished Fallout 4. I took an entire week off work and did nothing but play Fallout. Subnautica Below Zero is very good as well. Arguably not as good as the first one, but still a lot of fun. I think people were annoyed by the change in ships. Like you lost the big submarine and you lost the mini sub, and they changed it for some different things. But I thought they were odd. They mixed things up a bit. Yeah, strategy was always a big thing for me as well, Steel Airship. I used to really be addicted to like Command and Conquer series until EA ruined them. And then the Warzone 2100, Total Annihilation, Supreme Commander, all those types of RTS games. Absolutely love those. Homeworld, the space RTS. Yeah, I want to play New Vegas. I just need to find some time to get another week off work. Because I find that I get into games like that much better if I can just throw myself at it. Don't know if I played Settlers, possibly, because it's a long time ago. I do remember enjoying Populous a lot. There is another game I started playing and I haven't really gone back to, which is Universim, which seemed like it was quite fun. No, I haven't played Grounded. I've seen a lot of stuff about it. I have been dabbling in Overwatch too, because youngest plays Overwatch, and I have realised that I'm rubbish at it. So. It is just a game where I get my backside handed to me on a regular basis. Chris Khaled, you were a Commodore 64 owner. Oh, I'm sorry, but I was on the other side of the camp. I was on the other side of the camp. We're going to have a problem with each other from now on, I think. You're joking, obviously. You know, this was the one true 8-bit. I liked what I've seen of. I mean, I've not really done a lot with Fortnite, but with what I was playing in Fortnite, I thought it was really innovative. Because the last time I got into, Twitch shooters was, I used to be really good. He says modestly, at things like Quake 3 Arena, and Unreal Tournament, Doom, Quake, Duke Nukem 3D. That was kind of my era when I was obsessing over those games and playing them endlessly, and I got really good at them. So it's been interesting to see, playing Overwatch, how the team shooters have evolved from Team Fortress to the way Overwatch works. ZX Spectrum, Chris Khaled. Rubber keys are the only way to do it, Amaze Taze. They are the only way to do it. Before we got the Spectrum, we got the Atari 800. Fun times. Fun times. Trains whizzing by on the main line. Carpenter's Park. Yes, my dad was heavily into, did a lot of programming with AVAX and PDP and that sort of thing. I played a bit of Myst and a bit of Riven, Liam. I wouldn't say I was heavily into them, but I loved the idea of them. Hey, Demisa. But then I do have vague memories of Colossal Cave Adventure, you know. We also used to play in high school. We used to have a game called L, the Mathematical Learning Adventure, which we used to all love. It's an absolutely brilliant game. Evening, Jeffrey. At Bushy, where we take a quick loop away from the West Coast main line again. I keep thinking I want to go back because I have not even touched Flight Sim 2024, Peter. And I used to play a heck of a lot of Flight Sim, but just not gone back to it. I've got yokes and pedals and all sorts of throttle levers and all sorts of things on the shelf, but it just never comes out anymore. Age of Empires a little bit, yes, Liam. Not a lot on that one though. But yeah, I played some of the Age of Empires. The old donation thing has been very quiet lately. Who's going to dig deep and help get us the next leg of the way towards that 2,000 mark? Oh, Lemmings was amazing, Scott. No worries, Chris, no worries. I think a lot of people are, to be honest. I think a lot of people used to do that, Peter, because I always used to, like, people would tell me, oh, you like doing the long international flights, and I'm like, really? Really? And then they would explain how they'd set it up and go to bed and then wake up, and I'm okay, that makes more sense. Staring at your screen doing nothing for 8 hours. I didn't really like the long hauls anyway. The heavies. Peter, I was much more into GA. A friend and I were doing a round the world trip, and we were doing it in Cessnas, just bimbling around, no more than about 20 minutes in the air before you're finding the next airport to land at, even if it's just for a touch and go, move on to the next one. And it was just saw some really, because it meant you actually stayed near the ground and you were looking and you could see the scenery. And even in FSX, where the scenery was frankly terrible, you still got to see some really interesting places and some challenging airports to land at. I remember we found one airport, we were like, well, actually from here, to get from here to here, the only airport is this one here, and it's in a really deep valley. And so we tried to, so we thought, well, we're going to have to try and do that one, otherwise we've got to try and make it the whole way down. And that went kind of, even though the plane probably could cope with it, it went against what we were trying to do. So we thought, well, let's give it a go. Let's see if we can land in there. And I enjoyed the landing into there so much. I took off in a Learjet to see if I could do it again, and I did as well. It was really, really challenging landing. We'd vary it up. Sometimes, a lot of the time, it would be Cessnas, but sometimes it would be, you know, a Piper Cherokee or Arrow or something like that. But it was all sort of a similar ilk. Sometimes take a Beaver up, and you know, it would be it's so much fun. Where we started in Finland, worked our way around Scandinavia, all the way down to northern Germany, Denmark, over the sea into northern Europe. Across northern Germany, over the sea into the UK, and we worked our way all the way up the UK to Inverness, and that was kind of where life got the better of us, and we didn't get any further than that. But we'd planned how we were going to get from up to the Shetland Islands to, is it Greenland, Iceland, Greenland, and then over into America. That's it. Watford Junction. No, you can't buy Flight Sim World. Flight Sim. Yeah, Flight Sim World. You can't buy Flight Sim World anymore, Tomcat. Hey, Manic Martins Gaming, how are you? I'm fine. I'm fine. Another one bites the dust. What are we on next? Cajon Pass. Downhill run. Although it shouldn't be too bad of a downhill run. It's only a manifest train, I think. Try not to let it come off the tracks. It is ELPSDG El Paso, San Diego 5. El Paso, San Diego 507 1017. That one. Reese, there is one. A moderator can hopefully send you a link to the schedule. Well, that clearly didn't work. Let's find another one. Victorville to San Bernardino. Let's try that one. That up. Pop that in, pop that in, pop that up. Oh, I need to cut the brakes in. Right. Operator controls, cut in, and independent brake lead. That's it. Let's give that a minute. No, I've not got GWE on the list tomorrow, Tom. Taking load. Right, so where are we at in terms of gauge lights need to be on, step lights can come off, window heater, attendant call, emergency lights off, headlights bright and aux, rear lights, let's put the heater on, high cool, yep. Ramp up the power. Harry, wish you out a lot of love and energy from the silliest community manager. Hang on, pressing buttons here. The silliest community, huge well done for raising all that money so far. Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Harry. Very much appreciated. but it's this lot have done all the hard work, so big thank you to them. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with the alerter for this thing. Thank you, Harry. Not done any 66 so far today. Got to remember on these things the dynamic brakes work best around 30 to 35 miles per hour, so as and when we do start descending we need to keep that in mind. Rolling around. Yeah, Tam, I prefer the downhill, but it is quite pleasant uphill. Hello. I know Harry probably is going to have a real go at me on Monday about what's all this about no 66. I'm waiting for my controller to get here and then I'll probably drive nothing but 66s. Hey Francois, how are you doing? .66 is closer to an SD70, but yeah, no tracks. This is an ES44 though, so not really. 59s are SD40s. Yeah, I know. I saw them. I was talking to TS controllers, and they said they were going to be there. And I'd warned my wife this might be an expensive trip to Greatest Gathering, and yeah, it turned out that was a pretty good prediction. Oh, hang on a minute. Okay, we've got no locos in the back. Good. I don't need banking copy. I haven't forgotten anything. We do seem to be right on a knife edge for going up this hill, though. Such as this hill is. Oh, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, Harry. I've still got pink digestives that I can eat. I managed to save some. Go me showing constraint. Constraint? Restraint. Mine are coming on Friday, Scott. Pink digestives, yes. They're digestive biscuits, and they've got like the, you know, like you imagine a chocolate digestive, except that it's a raspberry and cream instead. It is rather nice. I blame JP entirely for putting me onto them. It appears that JP accepts that blame with glee. Once again, for those of you who have just joined, don't forget to hit the like button, help share the stream out with more people, get more people to hopefully see that we're here. Oh dear. Evening, Martin. I don't mind the strawberry and cream Pepsi, JP, but must admit I find it too sweet. Had faults between every station, so unfortunately train faults are not matched to the slider, Paul. That is a bug that's being fixed. Yeah, cream soda is my favourite one of the two they released, because like one had a sort of a pinkish covering and one had a brownish covering. The cream soda was definitely my favourite of the two. Yes, there is, Chris. Strawberries and green Pepsi. How are we doing? That's the drop. I think summit is there somewhere. Here. That's summit. So climbing for a little bit yet. I picked something up, Florian, just this afternoon. It's really annoying. My personal favourite TSW route. So my favourite TSW 6 route is probably Morristown. My favourite route up all of the entirety of TSW is still, I think, Southeastern High Speed. Turn the drone down a little bit. Chris M. Thank you very much for that donation, Chris. Very much appreciated. I just looked over and noticed it. Stealing a bit more, a moment for some more cashews. Can't bring myself to say I'm eating nuts. Just can't. Right, 1940. 60 left to the 2000. About 5,000 feet, Matty. About 5,000 tons, so not too bad, but I've only got 3 locos on the front, so not blessed with tons of power either. Fenty Floyd. Yeah. Well, kind of. I'm a producer. I don't know if you count that as being a dev. I don't do the real work. See you later, Matthew Bateman. Would like to see other 9s added to SCHS. I don't know. You get to a point where you've sort of seen enough of that and you want to see more of the world, more of the country. There's so much more to do than constantly digging a bigger hole away in one place. So I'm kind of more a fan of it being Scott. Well done, everybody. Thank you, Scott. Thank you very, very much. 2,000. Wow, that's fantastic. Well done, everybody. Thank you. Venti Floyd, would I recommend this game? I'm going to let somebody else respond to that because I'm clearly heavily biased. I've been playing train simulations for 25 years and I've only been a dovetail for 13. And if I wasn't here, this is what I would be playing. You can believe me or not. I know maybe Chris coloured, but I would rather have more in the north, more in Wales, more in the southwest, more in the northeast. I think sometimes we can get too stuck on various things, so actually, it's a good point. Try the game out. It's free. Get the free starter pack. It's available now on Steam and PlayStation and Xbox. It's only a starter edition, but more than enough to see if you like it. No tracks, it's worth, I don't know, it's worth making sure you're up to date on what the bugs are, because we've had several people on the stream today that have been asking me when a certain bug is going to be fixed, and it was fixed on launch day. So there are a lot of people having a lot of fun with Riviera Line. Yeah, grab the starter pack, Venti Floyd. Nice, Rob. Nice. Harass me on... I'm out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, Friday. Find out... Well, actually, in the meantime, talk to Will Kay and find out what's needed, and then work out what we need to do to fix the underlying issue there. looks suspiciously like it's levelling out. Are there bullet trains? Yes. There's the IC3, ICT. There's no Japanese bullet trains. There's the Class 295 Javelin in the UK, which is Hitachi. The French TGV. Some of these are extra GLCs. I love the fact that this route has pink ballast. It's just brilliant. Right, so we got to 2,000, which is an epic achievement. Well done, everybody. Who's going to push us over 2,000? We've got the Amtrak Acela as well for those who want a fast train in America. I'll be running the Acela later on, actually. Three engines, it's 5,000 feet, this one. It's not massively heavy. Not really heavy at all, to be honest. It's only 5,000 tons. There are no more engines behind Red Leader, I did check. Because I forgot to put banking comm on, so I wanted to know if I needed to stop and fix that, but there is just the three at the front. Right, not far off Summit now. Oh, got one coming up the other way. Oh yeah, I know what Snowpiercer is. Though I'm not aware of anyone making a mod for it though, Trenton Floyd. Big fan of Snowpiercer. For my sins, I've still yet to see the movie. I've only seen the TV series. And are they ever going to bring that final season to the UK? For modern trains like this, TOC, no. DPU, or distributed power unit, is remotely controlled electronically and over radio. In older American trains, yes, the rear set would have had an engineer in the lead as well. Let's check the old... Okay, so we've got a rise up for the next 5 miles or so. It's a trend that's going to somewhat continue, Matty, with the likes of automatic train control. I don't think you'll ever see the end of train drivers, but they're sort of the role is going to change a bit. Almost like safety supervisor, that sort of thing. Which is going to be probably terrible and definitely underpaid. Kind of no tracks, yeah. It's like in the UK during the Thameslink Core, the driver switches it over to automatic, and they're basically there then to supervise the train through that section. The train drives itself. I think the driver remains responsible for the train in that section. Callie, how long have we been going so far? 9 hours 43 minutes. Still got ages to go yet. Got to throw this train down this hill. Oh, interesting question. Say Pixar made a film like Cars but with trains, what celebrity would voice what type of train? Or the other way of doing this is pick a celebrity and what type of train would they be? So Samuel L. Jackson, for example. Yeah, we hit the 2K. Nice one, Peter. Welcome back. I imagine if they did, I imagine that certain pre-existing train-based IPs probably represented a problem with that idea, Scott. Would be my guess. Warwick Davies for the 142. Walton Goggins would be the ES44. Who would Rowan Atkinson be? Because that would probably be quite a funny train. I was thinking James Earl Jones needed to be some big, huge American train. Fenty, Floyd, yeah, I'm from the UK. Dovetail Games is from the UK. Pace. Rowan Atkinson, Baby Deltic. Biggest thing we've got in comparison probably is either a Garrett or the 9F Fenty Floyd. Nothing as big as a Big Boy at all. That's the biggest steam loco in the world. I mean, it wouldn't fit anywhere in the UK, that thing. It would probably sink the UK, let's be honest. Black 5 because he does everything. That's a neat idea, yeah. So is there going to be a Black 5 or a 47, isn't he? Flying Scotsman, Sean Connery. That's excellent. Or Tim Curry, yeah. Maybe Tim Curry is Tornado. Chris, don't get me started on Doctor Who. I've come to the conclusion it doesn't matter who is the Doctor. What we need to work out is who writes the stories first. Otherwise we waste lots more potentially really great Doctors with rubbish stories. Yeah, cog railroads are a common thing in areas where they go up sides of mountains. There's a number of different ways of doing it, but yeah, definitely heard of them. No, I haven't drunk recently, Rob. Good shout. I enjoyed Unstoppable, Matty. I think like any movie, you have to put certain things to one side and just relax and enjoy the movie. And if you do that, it's just quite good. It's a fun movie. You cheating on Walton, Harry? Better not let him find out. Trip Optimizer is what would be on this screen, and in reality it's a system which basically will control the throttle and the brakes automatically to some degree, and optimize the how the train. It's I don't fully understand Trip Optimizer, but yeah, it's clever magic box that basically drives the train more efficiently. Alright, let's get the brakes on and start slowing down for dynamic brake speed. Stormworks, yes, I have played Stormworks. Not lots and not recently. Get the dyno spun up. Then we fall off the cliff. Shouldn't James May's train be a car with some caravans behind it? Get more and more of the train on the hill. At some point we had to throw a minimum set on. If we even need it. So far. So far the dynamic brakes are coping. Okay. Now it's getting a bit more serious. Throw a minimum set on, and then we'll adjust the dynamic brakes accordingly. I forgot to bail off the brakes, so my dynamic brakes cut out. There they come. It's all fine, Red Leader, stop panicking. That's it, slow down. It's gravity, it gets me down every time. Pair back on the dynamic brake now to balance the speed out a bit. That's better. Should have enough control of the dynamics now. Brakes are pretty powerful on this thing. It doesn't help that I've got them on quite so much as I have, but good. We do have enough balance that we can speed up and slow down. That's all we need. That's all we need. Doesn't seem like it. Got one coming up. Hey Fenty Floyd, hope you enjoy it. I stream reasonably regularly these days on here and on my own channel, so pop in, let me know how you get on. If you've got any questions, we've got a Discord server, jump on and if you've got any questions and someone can help you. Balancing this thing down the hill. This is probably one of my favourite things to do in the game. This route is a tough one to drive, Tom. It really is. Obviously going uphill is relatively straightforward. Oh, Peter Edmonds, thank you very much for that. Putting us up to 2020. Much appreciated. Breaks the ice on that 2000. Yeah, you'll generally come down the 3% and go up the shallower one. So this is track 3, the shallower one, and then you've got tracks 1 and 2 going up the other side. Grade is shallowed out a little. What's it looking like on the profile? Pretty steady for the next while at least. Yeah, indeed, Paul. Indeed, it's one of the reasons I like going down like this, because it means that it's one of the 2 times that you have to do that balance between air brakes and dynamic brakes. The other one I like is on main SpecialEffect One. if you bring it westbound into Aschaffenburg, bring a heavy freight train down, and you'll find that you get to feel that weighty train that you've got to control with the electric brake coming down the bank there. Very, very good. We're at 1.9% now, so we're almost half what we were on a gradient, and I think the air brakes are going to look after us. When we get down to about 15, I'll kick the air brakes in, and then I'll start bringing I'll bring the air off. The thing, you've only got full release on these things, you can't do partial release. Sherman Hill's another good example, but the train physics weren't as good on Sherman Hill. We really improved them a lot on Cajon Pass. Chris Scarlett, this is Cajon Pass, San Bernardino to Barstow. Brakes off. Got to let them recharge now, so. Just the rear looking like 82. I need that to get up to them both to get up to 90. What train would I like to drive? I don't know. I don't know. Probably be a shunter. Shows how long the train is though. It's just not pumping up to the back. It's taking forever. Probably take about 10 minutes to bring that back up, the pressure. Good news is dynamic brake is holding us for now. There's a tanker train coming up. trying to buy myself as much time as possible to get the train pipes all pumped back up. Gradient has got steeper again, but so far Dynamic 8 seems to be coping. Fingers crossed. 1, 2, so that's a 4+3, that train. Got 85 on the back pipe now, excellent. Have we got an EOTD on the back? Yeah. There's no number on it. .86 on the rear, getting there. Can't apply the brakes again until the rear of the train is fully pumped up. Otherwise we get very weird results. Get steep again. Stop being difficult and get a bit shallower. Thank you. .87. But we are losing it on the dynamics at the moment, so it's a matter of if it can stay for long enough. Want 1.6. Come on. You can save this. You can save this. You have to Flintstone the brakes. Yeah, we're going a little bit faster, but I'm hoping that with the train going on a 1.6% gradient, it'll actually start slowing down in a minute. Please. Problem is the dynamic brakes become less effective as we get further away from 35 miles an hour. I'm just going to have to throw the air brakes on, I think. Yep, we just passed 10 hours. I know, a little bit of brake cylinder pressure crept in there. Hey Paul, good morning. Neo Reps, yes. This is Cajon Pass, San Bernardino Barstow, California. Oh, down, Paul, down. Always down. What's your favourite trains and routes near Reps? Yeah, I think you're among people who understand Neo, for sure, for sure. All good, Paul. All good. There's been some less than ideal handling, has to be said. After this, Leipzig, Dresden, Tees Valley and Boston Sprinter. I found a service on Leipzig Dresden using the Vectron rail pool as a passenger train, so I thought that might be fun. Tees Valley is indeed, it's 2 services, 5D50 and 2D50. So it's basically the depot out to Darlington and then Darlington to about halfway along the route. Can't remember the name of it now. Rob, thank you very much for the extra donation, much appreciated. Says keep going, Matt, doing a really good job, as are all the donors. Absolutely. Thank you, Rob. We have to release these air brakes again. No, it's not Saltburn, Tomcat. The Middlesbrough, that's it. For some reason I wanted to say Morristown and I was pretty convinced it wasn't Morristown. Air brakes off. Oops, Harry. Oops. Slow old run down. Hey Paul S. .7 miles to go. Just trying not to lose it at the end. Actually, Paul, this is Cajon Pass. We're almost down into San Bernardino. Manifest train northbound. How many cars am I hauling? It's not huge. 72. running the dynamics hot at the moment to get the air brakes recharged. Paul, whatever store you bought it from, you go directly to the store. $86. Getting that. $5,000 tons, turnip. About 5,000 tons. Why am I not going 40? Because at 40 the dynamic brakes don't work very well, Bram. And you can't rely on air brakes for a downhill descent. Got nowhere near enough control. So while I'm relying on and my air brakes are also recharging, I can't even use them at the minute. So I'm relying on my dynamic brakes staying as effective as possible, which they seem to be doing. Paul, if you jump on our Discord, someone can help you. I mean, if you bought the standard edition, for example, it may be you need to download the routes separately, but someone could take you through it and help you. It's fine. I mean, look at the speed limits. That means we're coming off the gradient. Oh, thank you very much, Anonymous, for that extra donation. Much appreciated. I think it's pretty straight from here on. That's why the speed limit's going up. My most favourite steam train, 9F. Loads of wheels. Just think it looks really interesting to watch it move. Just going to leave it on the dynamics for now. How's the gradient looking? There we go, look, starting to get a bit of a break in the gradient. Mr. Sprinter, can you go on, if you talk to, look at, there's links to our Discord if you're not already on there. Go over onto our Discord and someone there will help you. We have community managers working this weekend that are looking after people's questions and so forth. So jump on there and they can probably be a lot more readily able to help you than on a Twitch chat or a YouTube chat. Dynamic brakes are kind of minimal efficacy now. Richard, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated. I realise I'm playing with fire a little bit, but it is slowing down though, that's all I need to know. Sorry. £2,060 raised for special effects so far tonight. That's brilliant. Really, really brilliant. Well done, everybody, and thank you. We've still got a good little while before we finish. I'm aiming to finish up by about midnight, which is 2.5 hours away. Yeah, 2.5 hours away. Probably be a bit after midnight, to be honest. Yeah, I've still got the dynamic brakes on, so they'll pick up as we slow down. You can see the accelerometer showing as we come off the grade. Actually, the brakes, it's well under control. It's all fine. I was totally confident the entire time. We have some merch, Anson Rail Studios on Amazon store, but I don't think it gets used that much. There's no TSW6 stuff on there. We tried it, I think, with TSW3, and you have to be able to, it has to be successful before Amazon lets you do more things with it, and I don't think it was really going anywhere, so we didn't carry on with it. Oh, you thought the merch store closed? It might well have done. Like I said, I don't think it really saw that much interest. The O2 safety systems won't restart after first stop. So you mean if you miss the alarms and a train comes into emergency stop, you can't get it to go again? Is that what you mean, Peter? So you mean just stopping it at a station and you can't get it to go again? Because that works fine for me. Hey, Bioxide, no plans at the moment to do anything further with TSC. Oh, you're on Xbox, Peter? Yeah, I can't test the release build on Xbox, unfortunately, because my machine's on the beta. But it's really odd. So just let me confirm. Safety systems on, say start at Exeter, and you'll drive to, say, Newton Abbot. Nothing going wrong. You'll stop at Newton Abbot. And then you can't really get it to. Is it that it won't take power, or that it won't release brakes? Green. Green. This is the one that's in my way. Man, we're gonna be here forever. This is the one that's in our way. No, the source code can't be released for TSC, I'm afraid, Chris. There's lots of complicated reasons for that. Okay, Peter, that's every time you do it, literally every time you do it. Because I've not heard that reported anywhere else at all. I will see about getting my Xboxes taken off of the beta so that I can try it on shipping build. Have you tried it recently? Because there's been at least one update recently. It's complicated, Chris, and I'm not the person to authorise it or not. But for example, there'll be libraries in there we don't have the right to distribute that you can't get anymore. There'll be assets that we've used that we only bought the right to use, not to distribute. Things like that. Am I rolling forward? No, I've got brakes on. So we're all stopped. I'm just leaving it stopped. Train Sim Classic was built by some of the same people as Microsoft Train Simulator, and indeed some of those were involved in TSW, but it's not an evolution of Microsoft Train Simulator, it's a new product started from scratch, same as TSW was. Because Kuju in Guildford made Microsoft Train Simulator for Microsoft, and Kuju made Rail Simulator, which then was bought by railsimulator.com and made into Railworks, and then became Train Simulator Classic. Or Train Simulator. You had Railworks, Railworks 2, Railworks 3, Train Simulator 2013, and so on. The Western DSD or Vigilance not responding doesn't surprise me, given how old that is. But I'm really concerned about what you're seeing with the 802. Have fun, Mr. Sprinter. Yeah, it is difficult to see everything on the stream comments. I remember talking to you about it on one of the previous streams and I kept missing your responses, which is marginally frustrating. Seems to have picked up a bit of speed at last. The Vectron Rail Pool service is EC259. Open Rails is a completely new simulator developed by Wayne Campbell, nothing to do with MSTS by Oxide. He just happened to make it work with MSTS files. on my bit of track now. Here it comes. Cade, have you spawned it in free roam? If you spawned it in free roam, open and close your cab doors. I know it's going to sound weird, but yeah, open and close the cab doors. We're rolling. Oh, there you go, the wagon's just booted me up the backside. There you go, we've got our green light. There's the DPU. Hopefully we'll get some air brakes back before we have to stop. For now I shall just cook the indies. better. Got the speed back under 30. Stop it. All the way down there. Okay. Let it roll round to the other side of the yard. By then we should be able to bring the air brakes in to stop it. And then we're on to Leipzig, Dresden. So you're going to need a little bit of power to keep it going. I thought you were going to go in a different direction with that, Paul, but that's good, that's better. I've never used a disk drive on any of my consoles, not on any of the Gen 9 ones. I think, yeah, my PS5 doesn't have it, is a digital edition. Look, my mouse is running out of battery. Well, that's rubbish. I better plug it in then. guys, yeah, I stream all my movies as well, Urban. My wife and I used to be avid collectors of DVDs, and then started to get into Blu-ray, and then thought, you know what, this is getting expensive. I mean, by this point it had been incredibly expensive, but yes, my mouse now does indeed have a tail. Right, we're nearly there. I am going to have a quick PMB before we go any further, though. Kind of urgently. I don't disagree with you there at all, Matty. I used to quite enjoy going to game to shop around for games, and likewise I remember going to the midnight release of GTA 5. Nearly said 6, that would have been weird. And went the midnight release of GTA 6, 5, all back in the day when it launched originally for the for TSW. Honestly, the words are just nonsense at the moment. Just picking random things and saying it. For Xbox 360, that's the word. Okay, now you have to stop, train. It's fine. At some point the brakes will come on and it will stop really rapidly. An Oblong Life, keep up the great work, Matt, Andy and Karen. Thank you very much indeed, An Oblong Life, much appreciated. 2080. It's a half decent Nvidia card. Hey, we got there in the end. We got there in the end. Right, so let me put it on the BRB, and I will BRB in a moment. Can you hear me now? Oh. Okay, right. Let's make the next one then, which is Leipzig. Just actually, let's have a video. We haven't had a video in a bit. Let's have a video. Let's have Lucy.
Right, you go for it, and I will. Yeah. Or not.
It took us for. Oh no!
I know.
Oh god.
Every single time. So I've got a condition called congenital muscular dystrophy. I use what little motion I do have in like a very different way to everyone else. So I can't do it on that game.
Where is this?
SpecialEffect came out and they assessed my range of motion, what parts of my body I can and can't move, and they gave me a setup where all my switches are in specific areas that I can move. So I've got 2 underneath one of my hands, 2 more in that hand that I use with my fingers, then I've got 1 on my other hand where I also use a joystick. I use a second joystick or up to 3 extra switches with my feet as well. So now I can play again. It's really elevated my mood and it's given me something to really get into. Yeah. But I also like the community element of it. You're actually meeting people from all walks of life, all around the world, and it just opens up your opportunities to create new relationships. Because it's not just about being able to game, it's about being able to be part of something. So just thank you.
How awesome is that? What SpecialEffect are able to do there. Right, donation link down there. Moderators can post it if you wish it. It's also on the schedule sheet. It is truly amazing, isn't it, Paul? It is truly amazing what's actually possible, and SpecialEffect doing the research and finding out and making that stuff happen. It really is incredible. Not just the tech, but the people. Mostly the people, to be honest. There's nothing that remarkable about the tech in a lot of cases. Right, Leipzig, Dresden. Victron. There it is. We'll do a rail pull. 259. Good night, Rob. Someone asked when I was starting tomorrow. It'll be 11 o'clock again tomorrow. Okay. What we got in headlights? That looks good.
RSB. 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 Zugbeeinflussung.
Yeah, as ECM2 says, SpecialEffect will appreciate every donation, very much so. but absolutely no one's expecting anyone to find themselves in any kind of financial harm. Only give what you can actually afford. It's all appreciated. Thank you. See you later, Paul. Oh yeah, I've got a couple vehicle. Get rid of vehicle at back. Shunty thing. Dresden-Neustadt, Dresden, so it's a pretty fast, pretty high speed run, hopefully. Yeah, I tried to find some different times of day for some of the different services. Some of them I've got as dusk. Like there's one tomorrow on Riviera Line where it's going to be dark by the time, light when we start and dark by the end, by the looks of it, if I've timed it right. The Tees Valley one is pretty early in the morning. So that one will probably start off in the dark and get light by the time we finish the first service. So try and push things a bit. Although Tees Valley obviously is Todd 2 or something. Yep, schedule for tomorrow is in the same place, Tomcat. It's up another tab. We're off.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
I did a Plymouth to Exeter one, and I also did the Flying Scotsman one. Of the two, the Flying Scotsman was my favourite, just because of the control of the train. But no, I seem to recall the Western one was very good as well. We did try and put a keybind on acknowledging AFB, but I don't think it worked. I think it broke everything and we had to take it back out again. So that still needs fixing. LZB. Liam, thank you very much. Keep up the good work, Matt. Great driving and great direction for the game. Thank you very much, Liam. Much appreciate that donation. Isn't it Control R? No, Control R is turn AFB on and off. Now it's all grumpy. Oh, it's Control F. Ah, there you go. That to maximum. Throttle off. Better. We're back on AFB again. Yeah, that seems to be working. I think that says these can do 200. Looks like they're all 200s. Yeah, I don't know why that's being held at 160. Hey, Train Sim Society, welcome back. Oh, Brett A. Cully, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. Oh, so close to 2100. So close, couple of quid. I wonder if this service is somehow been set for 160 kmh for some reason in the timetable. I have to ask Michaela. I didn't change the PCB mode, Turnip Gaming. Oh, it probably, I don't know, would it default me to the wrong mode then? Possibly. Can't actually remember where that is on here. Presumably back wall. Mode O, so the mode is correct. But we're in LZB anyway, so. See you, Valentino. PZB mode shouldn't matter for LZB, no, Liam. Not as far as I'm aware. That'd be a bug, Heinrich Müller. Can you raise that on the support or the Discord? Then the community team will push it up to me on next week. It is Turnip Game. Makes me wonder if somehow the service itself has been given a 160 kmh limit in the timetable. I mean, it's probably substituted in for another train, and maybe the one it's authored with is not 160 kmh, sorry, 200 kmh capable. So a limit has been posed so that you get the right speeds, but that doesn't then work with substitution particularly. So. Lovely. Can I speak any German? Just nicht sprechen Deutsch. I don't even know if that's right. Yeah, really, actually. Yeah, it's Reds all the way. Sorry, good night, Phil. If you're still here. We really are signal hopping, aren't we? Hopefully they'll turn off at Wurzen and let us get past. Not a clue, Liam. I'll ask Lucas. How far are we now from Wurzen? Yep, it's going to Wurzen and stopping, so should get out of the way. KBP, glad you're enjoying it. That's really good to hear. It doesn't surprise me that, you know, money is tight for everybody. I think there's a lot of uncertainty in the world at the moment. Yep, that other train's got out of the way. I must admit, I'm constantly amazed and humbled whenever I do these streams, because I go into each of these one thinking times are much tougher this year than they were last year, and yet everyone steps up. It's humbling. It really is. Right, we've been our shackles have been cast free. That much is true, Jason. He says the gaming family always look after each other. Yep. Too true. Too true. Kebepe driving the Vectron tonight. Oh, look at that. The rails glowing in the sky in the night. That little bit of fog sets off the ground nicely, doesn't it? A little bit of ground fog on the ground, exactly as expected this time of the morning. Good night, Susan's eyes. Can you hear me again now? No, there's no special effect mastery, Liam. For a rate train. Probably, Liam. I don't think we've discussed doing anything again since. $18 kilometers to go. I think we'll make it for past. Yeah, Leipzig Dresden is a route extension on Riesa Dresden. You're right. Yeah, Turnip Gaming. I think that's what you're saying, isn't it? Why wouldn't it be that? I'm driving what, a freight one, I think, Tillman. I think this is a freight Vectron. Tomcat, the German there's some really amazing stuff in the German collection, to be honest. Yeah, I couldn't figure out where you were saying it, Turnip. I don't know if I'm missing a part of a conversation. Flying around the corner. I think you could reconfigure where each of these screens is. I can't remember which one it is. There you go. See the crepuscular rays there going through the trees? That looks nice. There's multiple different types of Vectron. I think part of the confusion, Tillman. And they have different screen layouts, and whether or not this one's up here or whether there's other equipment over here and all sorts of things. I think we've modelled something like 3 different Vectrons in the game. Oh, I forgot to turn off AFB. .7 clicks to go. Appreciate that, Urban Fox. Start bringing the speed down for the 120. Welcome back, Mr. Sprinter. Did you get your West Coast Main Line problem solved? Crikey, that lighting as we come around that corner. Limit could be because it's a rail pool one, yeah. Anonymous, thank you very much for that donation, pushing us well over the 2,100, £2,117. Well done, thank you very much. I closed the door again because frankly I was getting too cold in here, and if you see me nodding off, tell me to go and open the door again, right? That's the deal we've got with each other, yeah? Dresden-Chemnitz.